everybody. Happy Tuesday, everyone, and welcome to the next stream here at DMA Live on twitch.tv/DamMetroArnold. Let's get on over here into the proper scene, and let's get right into this. Hi! I have been relatively busy trying to get a whole bunch of notes typed up and getting everything ready to roll for the next couple of streams, because my schedule is going to be a little bit hectic for this week in particular. Before I get into things, regardless if you can chat with us or not tonight, I do want to thank you very much for dropping on by. I do have a special offer for those that are lurking in my chat. If you would like a free lurkers shout out once per stream, starting right now, you can type the exclamation point lurk command into the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. That is exclamation point LURK for those that are wanting that notification as well. Also, for those that are watching live, we are getting the VODs channel up and running this week. We had some technical difficulties on Monday, but we should have a video posted tomorrow, Wednesday the 13th. And then after that, we're going to be posting Monday, Wednesday, Friday every week until we're all caught up on VODs. I've got about 9 or 10 of them, and this would be number 13, I think, lucky number 13 as well. But let's get on over here. That is not the right scene. Head on. No. You get back on over here. I really should not have that switch scenes. I really should not have that as a command, but, you know. I'm booting on over here. Hi. So, our stream schedule is going to be a little bit hectic because I'm going to be offline for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of this weekend. So, as a backup plan, we're going to be doing an extra stream on Wednesday tonight. So we'll have tonight until 9 p.m., not 8 p.m., tomorrow until 9 p.m., and then Thursday, for sure, I'm planning on going until I'm done. And that could be anywhere from 5 or 6 hours. That could be anywhere from 10 to 12 hours. But my goal is I'm ending the stream on the 14th with Ace Attorney Dual Destinies in the bag and game number 2 out for this year. Because it would be Pi Day. March 14th, Pi Day. I want to finish the game on Pi Day. Just for the funnies. Like I said, I will be offline Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so no streams on the 16th or 17th. I will be back live on the 19th for the first part of Spirit of Justice, which is the next game. Then Wednesday, I will be doing a special stream of Minecraft for about 3 hours. And that I want to start between 3 to 6 p.m., but I'm not sure, depending upon how things will go, how early or how late I will be live. But it will only be for about 2 or 3 hours. So it'll be a fairly short Wednesday stream for me. Thursday, the 21st, I'm going to be doing the second part of Spirit of Justice, Call of Justice Trilogy Part 15. And then Saturday, we'll be doing Part 16 here as well. And then the last stream of note, I do not have a Minecraft stream on Sunday, but I will be live again with the board of directors on the 24th. If you want more information about that, I recommend you going over and pester Lord Navasa over on his Twitch channel or kick.com/Navasa as well. With that said, that is all that I have for my rant and for my tangents for this specific pre-stream ramble. Again, I do have goal and I do have the Discord commands promoted in my title. Feel free to utilize those as well. I believe we also have a couple other commands of note. I have a mostly full bottle of water, but I'll likely need another one by the end of the stream tonight. So, hydrate is probably going to be a command that will be used, and then I think that is most of everything that I want to showcase at this present time. So, let's get on over here into the Switch. And I want to briefly cover, just as a brief recap for you all, what has happened if this is the first Ace Attorney stream that you are seeing. We are playing through the second game of the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy series. And specifically, it is Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Now, after 8 years of being disbarred, Phoenix Wright manages to reclaim his attorney's badge and has rejoined the bench alongside Apollo Justice and Athena Cykes as the lawyer of the Write Anything Agency. Together, they've managed to solve a case of a courtroom bombing, and they have managed to uncover the secrets of the yokai that has haunted Ninetales Vale. Now with Temataro tucked out of the way, we go slightly forward in time to just after Phoenix receives his badge, and we recall Athena's second case at the Write Anything Agency and her first case leading the defense of one of Juniper Woods. Obviously, we're going to be starting our streams this week going back to school at Themis Legal Academy to discover the truth in this dark age of the law in Turnabout Academy. With that said, we've got the game up, and we are loading things up right here at this specific save point. However, I did promise previously that I would be implementing some costumes for this specific case. So we are playing in the point of view of Athena Cykes, so her costume won't become relevant until we actually go to trial. But both Apollo and Phoenix's costumes, we can turn on right off the gate, and they will show up. And specifically, I want to have Phoenix's old school suit and Apollo's styling street clothes, or at least this first half of the stream. Eventually, I will probably turn Apollo's default suit back on, but we'll talk about that when we get to that point. Other than that, again, Athena Cykes does also have a Themis Academy uniform, which could also be relevant to this case. And as you can see, Phoenix also has a nostalgic sweater, which I will reference at a later point in an accolade that is also available in this episode. Now, with that all said, we've got the costumes loaded, we've talked our ear off about everything, and it is time for us to start right back where we left off into Turnabout Academy. Here it goes. Episode 3, Turnabout Academy.
Themis Legal Academy, a prestigious high school with alumni in the highest echelons of the legal world.
October 24th, 1:25 p.m., Themis Legal Academy. Oh no, I'm gonna be late. Whew, finally. So this is it, the illustrious Themis Legal Academy. This is a place where many distinguished lawyers and prosecutors got their start. The news spread that Mr. Wright had gotten his attorney's badge back. He received a call from the school asking him to pay a visit. Mr. Wright brought us along, hoping we'd learn something from the experience. But no, I had to go and blow it by getting here 30 minutes late. At least it's not all business today. After all, today is our school festival. So we automatically move to the first floor hallway. Wow, this place says school festival written all over it. Literally. Why are all the cold stares? Is that because everyone's in a school uniform except me? Well, I like the way I dress. Why are Mr. Wright and Apollo are? Fair note as well before I get started. If you even decide to wear the Themis Academy uniform, the dialogue does not have any special context. It's just cosmetic stuff. Just want to leave that out there as a full disclosure. But Wright and Apollo are going to have special uniforms for this case specifically. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the Mock Trial Committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. Thank you. Sounds like a mock trial is about to start, but where's this lecture hall? Looks like all the students and faculty are heading that way. Might as well join them. Maybe we'll find Mr. Wright and Apollo there. We follow the crowd over to the third floor lecture hall, 1:33 p.m. This must be lecture hall. Wow, he spent some serious money on this place. District court can't even compete. Hey, Athena, over here! Huh? Mr. Wright, Apollo! I've been looking for you two. I'm so sorry I'm late. It's okay. Sorry we couldn't wait for you. But we didn't want to be late for our meeting. Lucky for you, the person we're supposed to meet also seems to be running late. Mr. Wright, Mr. Justice, it seems Professor Court has yet to arrive. How unprofessorial of her to keep visitors of our esteemed institution waiting like this. I shall make her right. I will not. Who do we have here? Oh, right. You haven't been introduced yet. Ah, yes. You must be the young lady Mr. Wright was telling me about. I'm Aristotle Needs, a professor at this hallowed Hall of Learning. I oversee the lawyer course here. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Athena Cykes. I just recently got my attorney's badge myself. It's nice to meet you too. How wonderful. So vigorous and vivacious. You just earned yourself a gold star. Wow, thanks! That big smile of his is kind of scary, though. Looks like the mock trial is about to begin. What are we going to do about our meeting? Oh, speaking of the mock trial, do either of you know what it's about? Oh, but I thought we had sent a pamphlet to your office. Right, the pamphlet. Whatever happened with that? You won't be seeing it again. She used it for the old rip it up and restore it trick. Unfortunately, it didn't work as advertised. Well, it seems I had better explain the situation then. Thank you, Professor. Now, does anyone have any questions? I do, Professor. Could you tell me about your school? What an excellent question. Here's a gold star for asking. Our academy has 3 courses to choose from. Students seeking to be lawyers take the lawyer course. Likewise, budding prosecutors end up taking the prosecutor course, and future judges the judge course. Wow, you have everything here for someone who wants to seriously pursue a career in law. Yes, well, that's what makes our school special, and today even more so. After all, we are to be treated to a lecture by the legendary attorney Phoenix Wright. We can't wait to hear all about his return to the legal profession. You're giving a lecture, Mr. Wright? But you're not even a professor. Yeah, well, I'm just giving them what they want. Did you even know you were meant to be giving a lecture here today? Yeah, sort of. But I came early because I was supposed to have a meeting with the head of the judge course, Constance Court. It's been a whirlwind of a morning. Let's leave it at that. Professor Court, He is a wonderful instructor, but quite unpunctual. Oh, so that's who's late. From what I've heard, our esteemed Mr. Wright here is scheduled to hold a training seminar tomorrow, in addition to today's lecture. A training seminar? For lawyers? What exactly does that involve? Why, it involves the very skills that make a lawyer a lawyer. The arm angle when shouting objection, the proper way to strike the podium, how to project one's voice, and most importantly, how to bluff your way to victory. Huh? Who exactly do you want me to teach stuff like that to again? What a wonderful question. You've just earned yourself a gold star. The great honor of taking a seminar by a famous lawyer and a famous prosecutor. That is what is at stake in this mock trial, the crown jewel of the school festival. The mock trial in question is a prestigious event that every student aspires to win. The top student in the lawyer course and the top student in the prosecutor course face off in a simulated court case set in this very school. As for the case itself, we selected the best script written by a judge course student and base our case on that.
Woo! A one-on-one battle! How thrilling!
So, if the student studying to be a lawyer wins, they get to take my training seminar? But what if the other student wins? I'm not a prosecutor, so... There's no cause for alarm. We have a famous prosecutor ready for just such a case. But exactly who it is, well, that is a special surprise.
A famous prosecutor? No, it can't be.
Professor Means, forgive me for interrupting you and your guests. Oh, wrong voice. Professor Means, forgive me for interrupting you and your guests. I'm Juniper Woods, a senior in the judge course. Professor, the trial will begin shortly. Since you'll be delivering the pre-speech trial, would you mind waiting up in the balcony until we're ready for you? My, how very organized you are, Juniper. You just earned yourself a gold star, too. But what about Professor Court? Well, I suppose she'll eventually arrive. Now then, I trust you will look after our visitors, Juniper. Yes, of course, Professor Means. Juniper? Juniper Woods? Is that you? Then, Athena? I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't even know you were back from Europe. Wait, you two know each other? Now that's a coincidence. We've known each other since we were kids. We're like best friends, right, Junie? Yes. Well, we lived close to each other, so we used to play in the forest together. Yeah, like a lot. Why don't you look at me? I guess I shouldn't be surprised, since we haven't seen each other in a long time. Anyway, we're supposed to go wait in the waiting room, right? Not that I wouldn't mind taking the mock trial you're putting on today. Unfortunately, the mock trial is only for students and faculty. There is one seat reserved for Mr. Wright, but no other exceptions are allowed. Yes, I'm very sorry, but it is part of the student curriculum after all. I hope you won't mind remaining in the waiting room until the trial concludes. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping to learn something new today. I'll tell you what, Apollo. Why don't you take my place? What? Really? Sure. Besides, I'd like to meet with Professor Court as soon as she gets here. Aw, no fair! I want to see the mock trial, too! Sorry, I'm going to let Apollo pull what little rank he has. If it's okay with Professor Means. But of course, Mr. Wright, if that is what you wish. It's settled then. We'll expect a full and detailed report, Apollo, so pay attention. The new kid sure stinks. If you would please follow me, I'll escort you down to the waiting room on the first floor. October 24th at 2:15 p.m., Themis Legal Academy, first floor waiting room. Still no Professor Court. It's been over 30 minutes. And Mr. Wright's snoozing away on the sofa. This is so boring. I should have hidden in the lecture hall and spied on the mock trial. Eek!
What's that?
October 24th, Themis Legal Academy, first floor hallway. Athena, I could have sworn I just heard something fall down and break. If you go running now, they'll think it was you.
Well, it wasn't me. I think it came from somewhere outside.
Oh, well, we'd better go have a look, seeing as everyone else is in the lecture hall. Okay. October 24th, Themis Legal Academy, outside, or outdoor stage. I have outside stage. God dang it. Correction on the notes. Is this stage for some sort of concert? It kind of reminds me of a courtroom. Wait, Athena, behind the witness stand. What? Uh-oh.
Professor Cord, can you hear me?
Oh, that's my voice. Professor Cord, can you hear me? Professor!
Wait, that's who we were supposed to be meeting with?
It looks like our meeting's been canceled for us.
No way! This can't be real.
I called the police. They should be here soon. I'll go tell everyone in the lecture hall, too. No, wait. They'll find out soon enough once the police get here. Let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here.
Huh? Are we even allowed to do that?
It's no big deal, as long as we leave it exactly like we found it. Plus. No, never mind. Anyway, we should look around while the scene's still fresh. But... okay, you're the boss. So, it's investigation time! We have 3 different perspectives that we can choose from. Right now, we're going to start on over here on the right-hand side, and we're going to look immediately at the body. I guess I really do have to examine the body. Well, guess I better get used to stuff like this if I want to be a full-fledged lawyer. So we have a couple of different things. We have this book nearby, as well as the wrists and the arrow that we'll investigate in order. Wait, what do we have here? A book? I'm guessing it fell out of her chest pocket.
Wait, it's her diary. That's the most private thing a girl has.
True, but considering the situation at hand, my apologies to late Professor Court.
No, don't!
Looks more like a planner than a diary. The page seems to have the same word marked printed on it at that. Has the same sword mark printed on it.
I still think a girl deserves her privacy, but this may help us solve the case.
The court's planner has been added to the court record. Notice anything strange about the body? Take a deep breath and then take a good look.
Well, now that you mentioned it, there's no blood around it.
Yet the victim's body is cold and rigor mortis has already started to dissipate. It would appear that quite some time has passed since Professor Corp was murdered. The thing is, the quad was packed with students up until the start of the mock trial.
Wait, then doesn't that mean she was killed at a different location? Oh, I know! The killer moved the body here while everyone was in the lecture hall.
That's a definite possibility. Notice anything else? Her arms are raised over her head, and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. Eventually, her wrists were unbound, and as she reached up to stretch, she was killed? Actually, I'm not so sure about this theory. Well, there's not exactly a lot to go on. It's an arrow stuck in her side. Gunshot wounds and stab wounds are pretty common, but arrow wounds? This is a homicide any way you slice it. In other words, we have a murder on our hands.
A murder? Here? So, that makes this arrow the murder weapon.
Well, that and the bow that shot it. Right, but where could the killer have shot her from? The stage is a sea of obstructions. I'm no expert on archery, but it can't be easy to hit a target with this much stuff around.
Would it be possible to kill someone by stabbing them with an arrow?
I'm not sure. guess we better do some more investigating before jumping to conclusions. I think that's about all we're gonna find out from the body for now. Nice work, Athena. Your face only turned 5 shades pale. I was expecting 50. We should probably take a picture of the crime scene, just in case. Okay, I'm on it. Say cheese! Cheese? And I thought I was the one with a twisted sense of humor. I think that should do it. Alright, let's take a better look around the area while we wait for the police to arrive. This pile of rubble sticks out like a sore thumb. It looks like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of that noise we heard. There were supposedly 2 statues on this stage. I seem to recall hearing that a co-ed from the Fine Art Club made them. There were 2? Then that thing over there that is the remains of that other statue. This could be related to the case. Let's take a closer look. There's something buried in the rubble. Themis Herald? Wait, we shouldn't disturb it. Let's just read what we can. Final act in toward love triangle centered on campus she-devil Jennifer Woods. Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the she-devil's black heart. Hugh O'Connor has declared that he will confess to her if he wins. Wait, what? I seriously wish I hadn't read that. You find that more shocking than discovering a murder victim's body? But we're talking about my friend Junie here. She's never let guys on like that. Athena, you don't believe everything you read, do you? This article is clearly written with malicious intent. I'm not buying a word of it. You're right. But it's still disturbing, even if it's third-rate tabloid material. Add the Themis Herald to the court record. I wonder what this was a statue of. Whatever it was reddish-purple in color. When Apollo and I first got here, both statues were over here, but they were covered up. I bet they were waiting to unveil them when the school festival moved here to the stage. You mean this duffel bag-looking thing was actually being used to cover the statues? I guess that just leaves a question. Were they broken by accident or on purpose? What a puzzle this is. Mr. Wright! Athena! Oh, here comes Apollo! I've never seen anyone move so fast. Listen, something big's happened. I was at the mock trial when the police announced a body had been found on campus. That's right, and we're the ones who phoned it in. We found Professor Court dead behind the witness stand over there. What? Can you show me? What the? We've already had a quick look at the body. It's definitely homicide, once the police get here. No, I know it's a homicide. I'm shocked because it's the same! Exactly the same! Whoa there, Apollo. Take a deep breath and explain what you mean. It's the same! The body, that is! It's just like how it was in the mock trial! What? It's like the mock trial? I know, it sounds crazy, but the body's location and position, the murder weapon, the lack of pooling blood. It's all exactly like the mock trial. You're kidding, right? It can't really all be the same, can it? October 24th, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor lecture hall. The whole school's in an uproar. There won't be any more classes today. A murder on campus? That's the last thing I expected as a legal academy. I'll go tell Professor Means what we observed when we discovered the body. You two wait here until you've spoken with the police.
Yes, boss.
I can't believe this is happening.
I can't believe we have to wait around here. Can't stay still at times like these.
I hope Junie hasn't fainted from the shock of this whole thing.
Ah! Athena! Athena! There you are. Junie! I'm glad to see you. I was worried that...
Don't worry about me. I'm student council president, after all. I need to be strong.
Student council president? Wow, I'm impressed.
She's really changed. She used to be kind of sickly and shy. Juniper, was it? You mind if we ask you a few questions?
Yeah, we're stuck here waiting for the police, and there's really not much to do.
Sure.
What would you like to know? I haven't seen you in ages, Junie. What's it been, 7 years or so?
Yes, and I remember how you were always there for me, Athena.
Maybe it's just me, but I wanted to ask why you seem so distant. I remember how you used to call me Athena? I liked it better that way. I feel like we were sisters, you know?
Yes, but I'm student council president now. And as a student representative of Themis Legal Academy, I have to act properly.
She was never this stiff and formal before. I knew you wanted to be a judge, but I didn't expect this. It's such a prestigious school, and you're in the judge course to boot.
Yes, and Professor Court had been in charge of it until... well, you know. Oh, right. Professor Court was a professor in charge of Junie's course. What sort of teacher was Professor Court?
If I had to sum her up in a single word,
I'd say she was amazing. A judge must always seek the truth. That was her mantra, and she used it in trying to fix what was wrong with our school. She was a beacon of hope in this dark age of the law.
What's wrong with your school? What did you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Never mind. Am I imagining things, or did I just detect something in Junie's voice? Professor Court chose my script for the mock trial.
Oh, you mean all the students in the judge course had to submit a script? And yours was the one she selected. Wow, that's amazing, Junie!
Oh, thank you. But now Professor Court is... who would do such a thing? Just yesterday we were working together, trying to get things ready. Excuse me.
Are you alright, Junie?
Maybe you should take it easy for a while. So she's still got that cough. I guess she's not as strong as she pretends to be.
Why do you need a script and a showdown between a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Well, we were simulating a trial, so we needed a script as a framework. All the details about the incident and the people involved are included in the script. But we also prepared a crime scene, photos, a murder weapon, and other kinds of evidence. Wow, you guys think of everything! It must be hard getting all that ready. Yes, well, it was only Professor Court and I. After all, we didn't want the script or other elements of the mock trial to get leaked. We were the only ones in the entire school who knew all of the details.
It must have been a big pain in the... that must have been really difficult.
I wrote the script so that the case could go either way. That way the defense and the prosecution both had an equal chance of winning. If you think that's all she's capable of, you've got another thing coming.
Huh? Who said that?
Juniper's genius doesn't stop at a brilliant script.
Yeah! She gave an award-winning performance as a defendant, man!
I think I found a rival to my cords of steel.
You, Robin? Aren't you going to introduce yourselves to our guests?
As student council president, I won't have you treating them rudely. You're right. I heard Mr. Wright was bringing a couple of guests with him. That would be you two. Apollo Justice and Athena Cykes?
Yep, I'm Athena Cykes. And I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you.
I'll pass on the handshake. I'm studying to be a lawyer. My name's Hugh O'Connor. But some call me Mr. Perfect, because I never score less than 100% on tests. Ugh, most pretentious introduction ever. And what's with his hand? Is it glued to the inside of his pocket or what? Yeesh! Let me be the first to apologize for Hugh's totally rude introduction. Sorry! Now, here's my intro. I'm Robin Newman. I'm studying to be a prosecutor, like the really cool kind that nails bad guys. No! Where's the sincerity? So, he makes pottery too. And what's that bracelet contraption for? Junie sure has some unusual friends. These two were the lawyer and the prosecutor in today's mock trial. And even though I wrote the script, I also played the part of the defendant. Final act in Torn Love Triangle centered on campus She-Devil Juniper Woods. Little-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Heart. Wait, these two are the guys who supposedly have a thing for Junie? Juniper, come on. Your role's way beyond just that. That's right! The mock trial is just the start! She's also the school's festival's main event! Live on stage, Juniper Woods! And the crowd goes bananas! Woo! I'm supposed to sing at the school festival. All the other girls were too embarrassed to try out, so... My Junie singing? On stage in front of people? Wow, she really has changed. I was responsible for making everyone's stage costumes. And this is what I will be wearing. That's amazing, Junie, but then again, you were always good at that kind of thing. These constellations in particular are really something. Oh, thank you. One of my favorite things to do is look up at the stars in the middle of the forest. Huh, so you're a fan of the night sky then? Well, Apollo, didn't know you were such a romantic. It's not like that. I have this friend, he and I go way back, who got me really interested in space. Wait, you had friends when you were young? Color me surprised. As student council president, I cannot allow such mean-spirited teasing to continue. I think she's angry. That the stage costume is also added to the court record. The costumes were no problem, but as for the singing, I'm not sure I... No! You can do it! That's right, and anyone who says otherwise will have to answer to me. It's like a chivalrous love triangle. Damsel in distress and two knights in shining armor. Maybe that famous Herald article wasn't too far from the truth. Speaking of the latest news, I wonder how the mock trial turned out. So, how did the mock trial end? We were just about to reach a verdict when the police arrived. Now we'll never know how it would have turned out. I guess that's what happens when there's a real murder during a faked murder trial. And if right before the verdict? Talk about bad timing. It's this close, man! I bet it would have won! But I bet the defense wasn't doing too badly either, right? We'll settle this some other time. And I assure you, I will win when that time comes. Like I'm gonna let that happen! I don't think so! I hope they don't end up hurting each other. Oh, don't worry. The three of us have been good friends since we enrolled here. We even have proof of our friendship. Proof? Like physical evidence proof? Yes, we're studying for a career in law. And in the legal world, evidence is everything. Yeah! As long as our friendship lasts. You can bet we'll be carrying them around. The famed Themis Legal Academy ingenuity at work. So, what exactly is this proof of friendship anyway? Well, it's a secret, and if I show you, it would be bad luck. Oh, okay. I knew it. There's definitely some discord in Junie's voice. Friendship is sacred and inviolable. It's not something to be put cheaply on display.
Proof? We don't need no stinking proof. Us three are friends forever!
I can hear discord in their voices too. But they're talking about their friendship. What's going on here? Good question. Unfortunately, I have been informed that something's coming up here. Is something wrong, Athena?
No, it's nothing.
Oh, all right then. Hey, isn't that... Everyone stay right where you are. Don't move a muscle.
Detective Fulbright? Is something wrong?
Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends. Sorry, but the small talk will have to wait. Juniper Woods, you're under arrest for the murder of Constance Court.
I'm what? Wait a second. What's going on here? Why are you arresting Junie?
Please, Detective Fulbright, we're involved in this case too. Aha! So you're the lawyers the dispatch said were first on the scene. I can't tell you everything, but I will say this. There are two major reasons for her arrest. Number one, the suspect led somebody to where the body was.
I did it.
And number two, the crime scene is exactly how the suspect portrayed it in her script.
But you can't arrest her on just those grounds.
True, but there is more. However, Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me to say no more than that.
So Blackwell's prosecuting attorney on this one too. Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket.
Why, there's blood on this.
That's evidence we made for the mock trial.
Mock trial? I've never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy. Now, if you would, officers. Yes, sir.
But, Junie, I have to do something. I can't let her take away like this.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
Hold it! Hold it! I refuse to believe that she's the killer! Junie! I've decided. I'm going to defend you. I'll fight with everything I've got. Athena. Junie, it's good to hear you say that name again.
Hate to interrupt your bonding time, but aren't you rather new to all this? You're barely even a lawyer.
Well, I don't have much experience, and I may need Apollo and Mr. Wright's help at times. But nobody believes in Junie as much as I do.
I'll help you too, Juniper. There's no way you murdered your professor.
Apollo, thank you both. I'm counting on you. We've got your back, Junie.
I guess things worked out after all. Now that you have your lawyers, Miss Woods, it's time for us to head back to the station. As much as I hate that guy, I also love him. Completely in a platonic way. I love him as a character, but I hate him as an actual person. Like, IRL, Bobby Fulbright is a guy that I want to sock in the teeth. Just for laughs and giggles. Anyway. Need to get some water really quickly before I continue. Also, again, I do apologize, all the feminine voices. I am not going to try my best on those. I've tried even getting voice mod to work, and it is kind of clunky. So I'm not even going to try, because I know I'm going to break stuff. Like, everything in my setup is going to break if I even try to use voice mod. So, any event, I can't believe Junie's been arrested for murder. And I can't believe I accepted her case without asking Mr. Wright. Take a deep breath and relax, Athena. I'm here to help with whatever you need. So let's get right on the case.
Right.
I won't have this case left in the hands of rank amateurs. If anyone's going to solve this case, it'll be me. Time to investigate.
Why, that slick little... He hasn't even finished law school. Ew! That was totally rude! You're not the only one on the case, man! I'm in too! Big time! Jennifer Woods! I'm gonna save you! Well, now that those two are gone, let's get back to what I was talking about in front of the stage. About the mock trial, that is. Oh, right! You said the victim's location, position, and so on were just like in the script. Exactly. But without the script or any props, it's kind of hard to explain. Perhaps I could help, Herr Forehead. Prosecutor Gavin! What are you doing here? You two seem to know each other. Is someone going to introduce me? I do believe we have a fresh face here. Greetings, Father. I'm Clavier Gavin. Some know me as a prosecutor, but I am most famous for my former rock band. We were quite popular, you know, but regrettably the band went kaput. Perhaps you've heard of us, the Gaviners? I was the lead vocalist. Never heard of your band. Then again, I was out of the country till only recently. But, can I get your autograph? You just met him like 3 seconds ago and you want his autograph? Forgive me, Fräulein, but I've retired from the music, please. But I'd be happy to offer my autograph as rockstar prosecutor Clavier Gavin. Oh, okay, that one then. She's a lively one, eh, Herr Forehead? Didn't know she was your type. She is the newest member of Write Anything Agency, that's all. Nice to meet you. I'm Athena Cykes. A pleasure to meet you too, Athena Cykes. Now that the intros are out of the way, I'm sure you have some questions for me, yeah, Herr Forehead? So, what are you doing here, Prosecutor Gavin? I'm here for the same reason as your boss, to give a lecture on a training seminar. So he's the famous prosecutor they invited. Damn it, I thought it was gonna be Miles. And I thought it was gonna be Miles Edgeworth, but oh well. And I have another crucial role to play. The Gaviners are getting back together for a one-time special performance. Even though you guys disbanded? Which was a shame, by the way, really. Yeah, I know how much you adored our music. Anyway, I studied abroad in Germany to get my badge early, but I did graduate from here. Wait, so that performance Junie mentioned, I see you've already heard about that. One student representative was selected to sing with us on stage. And the stage was supposed to look like this tomorrow. 2 big banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not half bad. Wicked statues? Wait, are those supposed to be you and Mr. Wright? Bingo, Fräulein. And they were so big and magnificent too. What a terrible waste. But the worst part of this whole thing is my long-awaited reunion with my mentor never came to pass. Wait, don't tell me your mentor was Professor Court. She was the one who taught me how to think about the law. So Constance Court was your professor here at the Academy. She may have taught the judge course, but she had a huge impact on me. She was fond of saying the end is only justified through proper means. She wouldn't tolerate dishonesty and always revered what was right beyond all else. I can feel Prosecutor Gavin's sadness. Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. Athena, are you tearing up? Though I can't blame you. Prosecutor Gavin knows a lot of who he is to Professor Court. Exactly. So as you can see, we are both joined in purpose, so to speak, yeah? Now, let's rock this place hard. Huh? I don't follow. Let's rock what? Forget already, Herr Forehead. I said I'd help you explain the mock trial. We're going to reprise it right here in the lecture hall. It might help us catch a killer. October 24th, Themis Legal Academy.
Third floor, lecture hall, courtroom. Mock trial or reenactment. All rise. Right. The stage is ready. And you, Heffelhead, ready to rock? No. The defense is not ready to rock. You saw the actual mock trial earlier, right? Just relax, you'll do fine. Besides, we have the script right here. Jimmy's masterpiece! The one everyone's been talking about? Yeah, there's one in existence. I borrowed it, if you will. Now, Fräulein, we need you to play the part of the defendant and judge as per the script. Okay, got it! I've only read the case outline so far. I don't know how it actually turns out, so I'll treat this like I'm prosecuting a real case. You, Heffelhead, will play the part of a fledgling lawyer, a role you were born to play. All the evidence is also here with us. We have everything we need to reprise the mock trial. Trivia! Let's get started! Defendant/Judge Athena Cykes is psyched and ready to rock. Court is now in session for a reenactment of the mock trial. Or what I like to call the mock trial. Yeah, a double mockery, perhaps, but the trial is still a trial. Arced on, baby, and no hold bar. Let's rock. Can we take it easy today?
Objection!
It may just be a mock of a mock, but there's only one way to compete. You play to win. So remember, each time I catch you slacking off, I'm holding you in contempt of court. Great. A judge that voices her own objections and abuses her judicial powers. So, part of me wanted to just voice, like, as a judge, like, in my own voice, to pseudo my own character in here. But for the sake of context, I'm going to read the lines as is. So we have basically a court reenactment. We have initially the summary of the facts. We'll also have the defense's arguments, prosecution's rebuttal, and how the body ended up being moved. Obviously, we're going to go through everything to kind of outline what happened. Now then, Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, if you please. You got it, Fräulein Judge. Our case is set in a school very much like this one. The victim, a prosecutor, female. The defendant, an archery club member, also female. Oh, me, oh my. I'm innocent. Innocent, I tell you! That's some seriously bad acting, Fräulein. Anyway, the victim's body was discovered in the middle of the quad. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who posed as a corpse. Here, forehead, how did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. He reacted with, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." That's not exactly what I would pick to focus on, so why would he care about that? Too much of a fledgling to know what's important, however. In any case, both in the mock trial and the actual case, Professor Court was wearing a sweatsuit. Moving right along.
Hold it!
Hey, wait a sec! The body was discovered in the same area as a mock case, although there was a stage. Plus, the murder weapon and arrow and the lack of blood are also the same. That's right, and therein lies the significance of this mock trial. So let's keep rocking it hard, just like that. Before the crime occurred, the defendant was to meet with the victim in the quad. Let's see here. When I arrived at our meeting place, I found the professor with an arrow in her stomach. But it wasn't me, I didn't kill her. You don't have to ham it up like that, Athena. It's called getting into character, Heffelhead. Don't be such a wet blanket. Right, let's see. Oh yeah, then you said a frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab the professor with an arrow. I don't think so. At the time of the murder, a male student was seen holding a bow in the archery club room, which has a clear view of the quad. He shot the arrow into the victim before my client even got there. Nine, Heffelhead. That faint swagger does not suit you in the least.
Order! 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 Especially you, Mr. Justice! Me? I was just trying to get into it like Mr. Your Rocker said. So, the victim was shot from the archery club room before the meeting even took place. Hence, the defendant could not be the killer. That seems to be the defense's assertion. Prosecutor Gavin, do you have any objections? The autopsy report notes that the edges of the victim's wound were unusually ragged. Could such a physical trauma possibly result from an arrow shot by a bow? No. I believe the victim was impaled with the arrow by hand, post-mortem. In short, the real murder weapon was not the arrow at all. The problem was a prosecutor. He had a tough time determining the real murder weapon. Well, he's just a student, a warm-up act. Well, I am the real deal, the headliner, so to speak. The true murder weapon was most likely the O that was left in the art room. Oh, what's that? An awl, you say? What might that be? It's a kind of tools used for poking holes in paper, wood, and other materials. It's kind of like an ice pick. I have a photo here if you're interested. Gross. It's all bloody up to the handle. Please tell me it's just paint. Most likely for a lineup. Pretty realistic, huh? Let's pretend it's real blood for now. The defendant's prints were lifted from the murder weapon. Furthermore, traces of the victim's blood were discovered in the art room. That's where I believe the murder actually took place. So, the question now is, how did the body get from the art room to the stage? The murder weapon took place in the third floor art room, but the body was found in the quad. It must have been quite a chore moving the body all that way. Not at all. There's a maintenance area and storehouse right outside the art room, and a cart was used to carry balls around was found there. Oh, I think I've seen one of those before, but that's a pretty big one. A jumbo, yeah? Big enough to fit a person, or a body in it. The defendant dropped the body from the art room window and then moved it with a cart. That is how a high school girl could easily move a body all by herself. You don't say!
Objection!
A body dropped from 3 stories up would show signs of massive blunt force trauma.
Objection!
That may be true, but you failed to account for the large high jump mat in the storehouse. A body dropped onto such a mat would show no signs of blunt force trauma. Yikes! It's almost scary how similar this whole case is to the mock trial proceedings. Finds the crafty killer in an attempt to cast suspicion on the archery club. They moved the body to the quad where it would be an easy shot from the club room. Then the killer faked the murder weapon by inserting an arrow into the all stab wound. Sounds like he has only high praise for Ginny's script. Was there any further arguments from the defense? Nope. It seemed like the teacher who was playing the judge was satisfied too. Time for the finale then. Your verdict if you please, fellow the judge. Huh? Oh wait, that's me. Very well, this court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods... Wait a second. Even if this is just a mock trial of a mock trial, I don't want to declare Junie guilty. Yeah, perhaps that's not such a good idea. Let's end our mock trial here. Besides, it's about time I get back to my investigation. Thanks, you two. That little run-through of that mock trial cleared up quite a few things. And with that, we add the mock trial script to the court record. Tell him, baby. The prosecution's already got the witness side stuff, too. That was quick. Prosecutor Blackwell's almost too good. You're sure in a helpful mood today, Prosecutor Gavin. Well, like I said, I just want to catch whoever killed Professor Colt. And there's no reason for me to start butting heads with you two. Anyway, I won't say goodbye, as I'm sure I'll be seeing you later. I don't miss him as much as Edgeworth, but I gotta admit, Gavin is sure as hell a fun voice to play. I always thought prosecutors were all a rather scary bunch, but Prosecutor Gavin seems pretty nice. Yeah, he's not so bad as prosecutors go. We should get back to investigating too. We don't have nearly enough information yet. And we also have to tell Mr. Wright that we accepted Junie's case. Right, and it looks like we have our work cut out for us.
So, we have various different places we can go. Also, thank you very much, Stream Elements, for interjecting here. Yeah. So, like any of the other instances where we're in a pause, we can, of course, still ask Apollo about any ideas as well as information on the investigation. We need to push forward with the investigation, though, so let's move on over to the hallway to meet up with Wright and Professor Means. October 24th, Themis Legal Academy, first floor hallway.
Ah, Mr. Wright!
I heard they arrested your friend Juniper.
Yeah, Detective Fulbright just took her in.
I refuse to believe that one of our students is capable of murder. We must prove her innocence by any means necessary. The end justifies the means.
What do you mean the end justifies the means?
I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and I mean what I say by all means. Here at our esteemed academy, we train our students to produce meaningful results. You believe in Juniper's innocence, do you not?
Of course I do. Junie wouldn't even hurt a fly.
Precisely. We have justice on our side. The only other thing we need are results. It is a height of folly to endanger your client by failing to pursue all means possible.
Sure I want to prove her innocence, but I don't like the sound of that the end justifies the means part.
Well, you are still young and idealistic. It's no wonder you fail to see the wisdom therein. There is but one thing to do now. I must personally take up Juniper's defense.
You're going to take her case, Professor Means?
I may be a professor, but I'm still licensed to practice law. In fact, I've even battled Professor Court in court.
No kidding! So you guys were rivals or something?
No, nothing of the sort. She was an esteemed colleague at the academy and in court. You see, both Professor Court and I graduated from this academy at the top of our class.
Wow, I bet they both used to really bring it in.
Now, if you would excuse me, I'd best go discuss the case with Juniper.
Professor Means, please wait. I didn't want to say anything, but Apollo and I already agreed to take her case. It's true. Juniper is counting on us to prove her innocence.
Really now? You too?
And when were you planning on telling me? Sorry, boss. I know we should have asked first, but...
Relax. Your friend was just hauled away in front of your eyes. Sometimes you just have to make snap decisions. And I think you made the right one. Oh, wonderful. Very well, Athena Cykes. Let me just ask you one thing. As a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else?
That's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients.
What a wonderful answer. Juniper must be overjoyed to have a friend such as yours. As a professor, I too shall do whatever I may to help her. And if you decide to take the end justifies the means strategy, come see me at once.
Let's hope it never comes to that.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Well, time's a-wasting. You better start investigating and fast. But first, how about I tell you everything I know so far? Yes, please! Have you learned anything about the new case? Anything new about the case?
Actually, I ran into Prosecutor Gavin, and he actually told me something interesting. It seems a murder took place in the art room, but there's traces of a large pool of blood there. So the police believe the body was moved from there to the stage.
What? Really? Just like the mock trial again.
The police are searching the art room, but whether they'll find anything, well...
Well, what? Come to think of it...
It's your own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here.
Huh? Are we even allowed to do that?
It's no big deal as long as we leave it exactly like we found it. Plus... no, never mind.
Now, where was I again?
There's really no need to talk about it right here, right now. I want you two to find out for yourselves. So, were you shocked by your conversation with Professor Means?
Oh, I guess so. Actually, that was pretty shocking.
Dark age of the law. I'm sure you've heard those words before.
Sure, a number of times. Prosecutors file false charges and lawyers fight back by fabricating evidence. There's a lot of that going around these days.
But the question is, how is it related to the case at hand? Training students to produce results. That is the school's policy.
Well, that in of itself isn't a bad thing.
Right. As long as those results come by fair and honest means.
But what is it that Professor Means said? The end justifies the means?
To survive the dark age of the law, you must use any means necessary. Fabrication of evidence and false charges are unavoidable in the quest for results. That's what they're preaching here at Themis Legal Academy.
But what'll happen to our legal system if results are all that matter anymore?
Relax. It's just a rumor. I'd take it with a grain of salt if I were you.
Oh, that's a relief. You had me going there for a minute. Wait a second. What if Mr. Wright examined the victim's body for a reason?
Maybe he was worried someone might actually tamper with the evidence. I think that about wraps up what I know so far. The fact that this case closely resembles Ms. Wood's script is obviously important. Knowing that, you should probably try and identify what's the same and what's different.
Okay. I'll try talking to as many people as I can on campus.
And then... just double check to make sure I got all my notes here. So we also have an accolade here that we can do by presenting either the Themis Herald or the mock trial script. I think for the sake of context, I know which one I'm going to be presenting. Things like that sure scream out school days, don't they?
Were you involved in any extracurricular activities like school papers or mock trials?
Nah, that wasn't my thing. I was an art major.
An art major? Then how did you become a famous attorney?
It's kind of complicated. And when I say kind of, I mean really, really complicated.
Oh. He must really mean it. I'm picking up a lot of complex emotions in his voice.
That image right there is the nostalgic sweater. And school days has been awarded. It is one of the secret accolades exclusive to this trilogy. Also, goddamn motorcycle.
Even daylight savings can't save me from the motorcycle brigade. Anyway.
With that, we have a couple of options available to us. And we'll decide to go back to the outdoor stage. Themis Legal Academy, outdoor stage. Sorry, I wanted to get more water.
I thought the area was cordoned off. Hey, the police are discussing something over there. Oh, I know. I'll just quietly sneak over for a lesson. Here goes. Ah, Athena, watch where you... Huh? Eek! Ouch. 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 What's this stupid box here? Wait. Apollo! This box! There's...
What now?
There's someone or something inside!
Don't let it be a snake!
You morons just blew my cover! What the... there really is someone inside. Someone is me, Mirror Skeleton. I'm here at the judge course. Oh, what's with the box? It's a feat of we who live in the shadows. There's a very good reason why none may see my face by the light of day.
Wait, if you're taking a judge course, did you write a mock trial script too?
You didn't want to see my script that bad. Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Who cares? I'm sure it was rejected for a good reason. This is Miriam Scuttlebutt, who is a reporter for a certain paper that we've already come into possession of. Obviously, we'll have a little bit more details about her as we move forward into this case. For now, introductions are properly underway. Oh, so you're studying to be a judge too? You must be classmates with Juniper. Are you a friend of hers? Juniper? Sure, she is my friend. That's what I'm gathering info. Now, tell me all you know. You know, for tomorrow's trial. For tomorrow's trial? What are you talking about? I'm going to take the stand, naturally. So, the witness for the prosecution is... some weirdo in a cardboard box? Hey, calm the hell down, Athena. Easy, Athena. We don't need pot shots in the middle of an investigation. This disguise is how I get my scoops. But you're right. It's me, so tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Wait a second, Miriam. Repeat what you just said. A lawyer with brains as bad as his ears. Poor Juniper. I'm taking this stand tomorrow. Tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Clear enough for you this time? Oh, crystal clear. I thought so. Athena, my bracelet's reacting. Really? Then that means a lie already? That was quick. Ah, yes. Classic Apollo Justice, where we get Prosecutor Gavin and we get to proceed during an investigation. Taking the stand tomorrow. Everything you know. Whoop, wrong button. God damn it, I always do that damn thing. I had it, but I hit the wrong button. Ah, it's such a waste of time.
Gotcha!
So yeah, we gotcha. That's strange. You suddenly tightened your grip when you said for Juniper's sake. It's like you subconsciously tensed up because you were lying. What are you talking about? When did I ever lie? Okay, then let me ask you this. Why were you selected as a witness? That's an easy one. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Themis Herald. I know everything there is to know around campus, even the darkest of secrets. Editor-in-chief, huh? Pretty impressive. Yeah, well, it's a lonely one-woman operation. I do it all myself, from reporting to editing to publishing. Still impressed? I'm a perfect storm of journalism because I bring it all to the table. And this is the evidence. Here. An extra edition of the Themis Herald, published to coincide with the mock trial. Themis Herald Extra has been added to the court record. We can choose to look at that right now. Unceremonious cancellation. But, obviously, we know now. Thanks, Miriam. You've revealed who you truly are. Someone who's never had Jeannie's best interests in mind. What? Are you questioning our friendship? Look, you may want answers, but no can do, because what you're saying conflicts with this piece of evidence.
Take that!
That's the Themis Herald. Paper I publish. What about it? Are you really that dense?
This article is full of malicious lies about Junie. It's definitely not something a true friend of hers would write. You got it all wrong. The staff member wrote that one. I don't think so, Miriam. You even said it yourself just a moment ago. It's a one-woman operation. Or did you forget already? Just give me the info you have. Stupid pun. Juniper's just using you. Why this is one of the few characters that has actually crossed out of this game, I have no clue. But, anyway, Miriam Scuttlebutt. Now, I want the truth, Miriam. You hide in your box in order to collect gossip for your sleazy paper, isn't that right? You're not really friends with Juniper, are you? No, duh. She's the target of my scoops and my ready to demand dirt. Extra, extra, the dirty little secret of a squeaky clean student council president. Dirty little secret? Alright, what are you planning to say in court, huh? I'm a witness to a part in the crime. I'm going to tell it all in a shocking expose. The end justifies the means. That's my brand of tell-all journalism. The end justifies the means? Wait a second. In this dark age of the law, many of us embrace Professor Means' methods, even future judges. I've even adopted an end justifies the means brand of journalism, which includes tape recorders secretly hidden all over our campus, secretly recording every last word without anyone being any the wiser. Didn't she realize that's totally illegal? And one of them was at the scene of the crime, the art room. You put a tape recorder in the art room? What did it record? You want to know? You really want to know? Yes, please. That's so nice of you to. I can't really tell you now. The big scoop comes out in court tomorrow. So mean, Miriam. According to my evidence, a fatal fissure had opened between the three of them. Oh, Junie, Hugh, and Robin? And what do you mean by fatal fissure? Juniper, Hugh, and Robin used to be the best of friends. Used to be? They still seem to get along fine to me. I did send some Discord, though. You don't know anything. Professor Means has his father's and Professor Court had hers. Their influence is inescapable. Are you implying that one of them adheres to the extreme idea that you and Professor Means have? But why would anyone follow that philosophy? How could you possibly understand it? You're new around here. Miriam, wouldn't you feel better if you came out of the dark and into the light? I can see finding you here. You'll be the one seeing the light in court tomorrow. Then you'll realize how goofy Jennifer Woods really is. We're gonna have to cross-examine her tomorrow, but I don't know where to start. Well, let's at least take care of whatever we can today. You're right. Let's see what else we can find out. And just double checking, we've got basically all that we can at this point. After we've had a chance to speak with Miriam, we need to head back to the lecture hall yet again to speak with, or at least try to speak with Hugh and Robin about their sides of the story. Look, there's Hugh! Hey, Hugh! Oh, it's you two. Do you want something? Did you find anything? You said you were going to do some investigating of your own. Nope, nothing yet. I'm afraid it's not looking very good for Juniper. You don't really think Juniper could have done something like this, do you? Only the author and the victim knew the contents of the script. Both the stage and the art room were in the exact same state as described therein. Nobody could mimic a crime like that unless they had already read the script or wrote it. But, look, Professor Means is better able to handle this than you two, so just leave it to him.
it is again. I'm picking up some discord in Hugh's voice. Hugh, wouldn't you mind telling me a bit about yourself?
Whatever. I'm 6'1" and under this uniform, I'm 100% lean muscle. My grades are outstanding and I'm the ace of the archery club. Needless to say. I never miss my mark. Oh, and I'm incredibly humble too.
How can you say that with a straight face?
Those around me call me a genius, but I pay them no mind. But when it comes to tests, I always get 100%. So I suppose it's only natural for them to say I am a genius. But as I said before, I pay them no mind.
I heard you the first time. But what about the mock trial? It sounded like you were about to lose to Robin.
There's a very good reason for that. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body.
You saw the body?
Right. And I'm so distraught that I basically handed Robin the victory.
Hugh, would you mind telling us a little bit more about that?
Right before the mock trial, the campus was empty. Everyone was here in the lecture hall. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the mock trial committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall.
That's right! There was that announcement and then everyone came in here.
The only exceptions were the mock trial participants. Juniper, Robin, and I were in our personal dressing rooms next door.
Wow, your own personal dressing rooms? That's total VIP treatment.
Actually, they're for student-teacher meetings. They don't even have windows. The other two waited patiently in their rooms, but that's not my style. So I headed over to the archery range on the other side of the park. I did some meditation while I waited. That's the best way I relax. Then, just before the mock trial was to start, I headed back towards the main building. As I walked across the quad, I passed in front of the stage.
So, that's when you saw the body?
Right. It was quite a shock. As much as I hate to admit it, my legs were shaking. I could have easily been Robin if I hadn't been for that.
Wait, hold it right there. You went through with the mock trial even though you had just discovered a body? Why didn't you tell anyone? I mean, we're talking about someone getting killed here. I think I know why. Was it because of this? Where did you get that? So this article in the Themis Herald is true. The winner of the mock trial would get to make his confession to Junior.
Right, but if I reported the body, I'd found the whole thing and would be called off.
You really wanted to win that bad? Bad enough to ignore a dead body? Sorry, but that's not normal.
Or could my love for Junie really be that strong?
Thanks for sharing that important piece of information with us. It may prove useful at tomorrow's trial.
Good, because that's all I have to say about the matter.
Thanks, and don't worry, we'll prove Juniper's innocence. You'll see.
I can't say you two inspire much confidence.
Okay, Athena, what next? Well, speaking of what next, we've spoken with Hugh, we've spoken with Scuttlebutt, who'll be one of the witnesses tomorrow. One of the only other people that we really should talk to is Robin. But Robin's not at the lecture hall. They're most likely not in the hallway. And they're definitely not in the outdoor stage. So, only place they could possibly be in is a place we have yet to explore. The maintenance area. October 24th, Themis Legal Academy, maintenance area. So this is the maintenance area. Let's see. During the mock trial, Prosecutor Gavin said
and that the art room is right above here on the 3rd floor. And that the body was dropped from there onto a high jump mat from the storehouse. Right, and then he claimed that the body was transported to the stage on a ball cart. And then, there's someone else here.
Hey, it's Robin! Wow! You scared the crud out of me! Yikes! Right back at you.
So, what are you doing out here?
I'm working out so that I can become strong enough to save Juniper! But I'm so worked up! My training brace is almost breaking at the seam!
Oh, right. The girl you, got arrested, so you're psyching yourself up to rescue her.
Yes! Because I'm the manliest of manly men! So that's why I work out in my manly brace!
Except that I hear some discord in that manliest of men's voice of yours.
I don't mean to be rude, but can't you talk without shouting? Sorry, I'll try not to shout so much. If at all possible, that is.
Which is not at all possible by the sound of it. So do you mind if I ask you some questions about Junie's lawyer?
No problem, ask away. Keep them coming, man!
Ouch, my ears ache already. And my voice is definitely going to ache as well. But, unfortunately, we do have to talk to Robin about a couple of things. I'm not going to be screaming past this point, so don't worry. Robin, could you tell me a little more about yourself?
You want to know about me? I'm a second-rate member of the Fine Arts Club.
The Fine Arts Club? Looks like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of the noise we heard. There are supposedly 2 statues on the stage. I seem to recall hearing that a co-ed from the Fine Arts Club had made them. The 2 banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not half bad. Wicked statues? Wait, are these supposed to be you and Mr. Wright?
Bingo, Fraulein.
As ever so big and magnificent, too, with a terrible waist. Say, did you create those stage statues by any chance?
You bet I did, both of them. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into those things, man!
It must have been terrible seeing them all smashed up like that.
Nah, I couldn't face Professor Court if I let something like that get me down.
What do you mean?
Professor Court was a fine arts club advisor. She was all about truth and beauty, man! She always said the only good result is the truth. That, and only lawyers who seek the truth through legitimate means produce worthwhile results. Yes! I'm totally on your guy's side. She must have been an incredible woman.
Yeesh, and you call me loud when I practice my chords of steel.
Aw, man! Why did I have to take the prosecutor course? I mean, how am I supposed to save Juniper if I'm studying to be a prosecutor? Don't worry, I'll clear Junie's name. You'll see. The 3 of us had a dream. We thought we'd make it happen together. Prosecutor, lawyer, judge, the 3 of us would hold fair and honest trials. The dark age of the law? Ha! We were gonna put Neil in a coffin, man!
Wow, you guys swore to do that?
But no! That stupid school rule had to ruin it!
School rule? Which one?
Anyone with a prior conviction, no matter how minor the offense, they won't be allowed to graduate from the stupid, holier-than-thou school!
Tough legal academy with even tougher rules. Junie will never become a judge unless I prove her innocence. And if I fail, the 3 of them will never realize their dream. It's like someone put pressure on my pressure. Well, I think I've talked to everyone who is somehow linked to the case. Okay, maybe it's about time we wrapped up our investigation.
Oh, wait, we haven't met with Junie yet.
Yeah, you're right. Let's head over to the detention center. And there's literally nothing else for us to do but move to the detention center, which has now been unlocked. October 24th, detention center. Visitor's room. And this is the last part of our investigation, so there will be a break following this. Mainly because I need more water.
Athena, thank you so much for coming. She called me Athena, like she used to. Maybe she's finally letting her guard down. Oops. Need to put that back in. Right. So we have the option to talk to Junie about either the script or the all. We'll start from the top and work our way down. Junie, the crime's unfolding exactly like your script. Any idea what's going on here? We wanted to make it fair, so the script was kept secret until the day of the mock trial. And the only people who knew the details were Professor Cord and I. I think we haven't already heard thus far. However... Yes? What is it, Junie? Well, there was this one article in the school paper. You mean this one? It's more like a tabloid piece than a newspaper article, if you ask me. I've been worried that the trial would wreck the friendship between Robin, Hugh, and me. She wants to stay friends, but both of the guys are hoping to take it to the next level. The passion of high school drama. Wish I could have experienced it. And I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favor the prosecution. Professor Cord noticed it immediately and changed it back. So if Robin had one, Hugh wouldn't have been able to confess his love to Junie. That would have kept the trio's relationship in the same. Never knew Junie could be so devious. Sorry. I guess my personal problems probably won't be of any help in court, huh? You never know. Help often comes from the most unexpected places. Thanks, Juniper. I was wondering about that all you had on you when you were arrested. Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Huh? Why, there's blood on this! That's evidence we made for the mock trial. A mock trial? I've never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy! Yeah, I think Bobby is kind of acting real sus about mock trials and whatnot. He was a murder weapon from the mock trial. Professor Cord and I were prepping it in the art room until the day before the trial. I didn't even realize I still had it on me until I was arrested. Then we've nothing to worry about. There shouldn't be any way to link it to the crime. Still, that blood red color on all bothers me. Wasn't it just paint or something? I mean, I was looking at it from pretty far away, but it probably was just paint, but that's what bothers me. It wasn't on the all when we were prepping it yesterday. It wasn't? Then how and when did it get there? Well, before the mock trial began, I showed Theena and Mr. Wright to the waiting room. Then I went back to my dressing room to get the trial props we were going to use. That's when I found the art room key and all with what looked like blood on it. A key and the all? Professor Cord normally has an art room key since she's a Fine Arts Club's advisor. And since that key was there in the dressing room, I thought she was the one who had painted the all to look like it had blood on it. After all, she always insisted that the props should be realistic, so... all suddenly shows up on the day of the trial with what looks like blood on it? I have a really bad feeling about this. Me too, but let's not jump the gun on this. You and Professor Cord were busy preparing for the mock trial together yesterday, right? Was that the last time you saw her? Yes. I left school at around 6 p.m. Did you notice anything different about her? No, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. She looked and acted the same as always. I would have never guessed she'd ended up like this. It looks like we're about out of time. But thank you for coming to see me. We'll do everything we can to prove you innocent tomorrow. I know, and I believe in you, Theena. Well, I should go now. Bye. Is she gonna be alright? She's like a shadow of the girl we met back at the academy. The Junie I knew was always like that. A little weak and sickly. But the fact that she's lifted her facade shows that she trusts us. Even still... What is it? Well, when Junie and her two friends were talking about their friendship, I sensed some discord in their hearts.
Seriously?
Yeah, but it was really faint. I might have been mistaken. There's no reason to doubt their friendship, is there? Possibly not, but we'll see.
Don't worry. Everything will be fine. You and Juniper are friends, right? You know that friend I mentioned to you earlier? Well, get this. Whenever something's troubling one of us, the other can just feel it. That's real friendship.
I suppose you're right. Might as well forget about that and concentrate on the trial.
Yep, tomorrow's a big day. So let's sort out what we know so far.
Okay. The victim, Professor Constance Court, was murdered in the art room on the 3rd floor. Then her body was moved to the outdoor stage in the quad. Also, the location where we found the body was just as the mock trial script described. I wish those were the only similarities they shared. What do you mean? What I mean is that the script in this case are exactly the same as in almost every respect. So it follows that the actual trial may very well unfold just like the mock trial did. Oh no! The mock trial ended right before the prosecution was about to win! Well, that's not gonna happen. This time, Junie will be declared not guilty. Of course, I intend to get our results the honest way. We can do this. We'll be fine. After all, I have Apollo and he's the king of being fine.
And with that, we are officially to be continued for this. Alright, there we go. Cool. So with that, we're going to save my progress, and we're going to cut to intermission. But I am also going to go and change back the costumes. So basically, I'm going to have the game start on the first screen that I can. So with that said, let's go right to intermission, shall we? When we come back, we'll pick things up with the trial and get right into it. Alright. With that, I tuck myself away and we'll be right back. Okay, it's not exactly 5 to 10 minutes yet, but I did want to at least get up and make sure I had another bottle of water at the ready. So, I'm back for right now. Again, we're taking kind of some quick breaks tonight, mainly because I want to get this episode out of harm's way. And this is, again, another Long Boy episode. The last case ended up taking 2 4 to 5 hour sessions. So with breaks and whatnot in between, it ended up taking a while. So bring that back on out, bring myself on out of here, and let's have a quick little chat with you all before I get back into things. First of all, you're watching DMA Live here at twitch.tv/DMHArnold. Regardless if you can chat with us or not, thank you very much for dropping on by. As Stream Elements has announced, if you would like, we have a special offer for those that are hiding in the chat. If you'd like a shout out once per stream, you can type the command !lurk in the chat. And just for doing that alone, we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. For those that are watching live, we do also have a VODs channel for all of our streams that are replayed onto YouTube. And if you're watching us over there, our live streams are here on Twitch and soon to be on Kick in the next couple of months as well. Our live shows are on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and select Sundays for this month, with an additional date being unlocked after my little 3-day break. As is our schedule for the next couple of weeks, tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday, we're going to be trying our best to finish the second chapter of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. That is Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. After that, I will be offline on the 15th, 16th, and 17th, so there will be no streams on any of those dates. But I will be back in-house on the 19th with the first part of Spirit of Justice, and we'll be working through that for the rest of the month for game cleaning. So I've got 6 sessions to try to get through those. I believe most of the cases should take about 6 to 8 hours or less. The only exception is for the 28th and 30th, I will be splitting the final episode, episode 5, into 2 parts. You might have also guessed that I am skipping the bonus episodes for both of those. Those, in fact, are still an incentive. I have a special goal of recruiting 50 followers in order to play through Turnabout Reclaimed, the bonus episode of Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. If we manage to hit that incentive by Thursday, then our goal is going to be, I will be playing that on, I believe it is April 2nd is the opportunity for us to play that. So at this point, April 2nd is the one date that we have available to play that. That is just strictly based off of time frame and what I've got available for streams. So again, 50 followers, I will be playing through that bonus episode on the 2nd. If we don't hit those followers, I will still play through the episode, but I'll be doing that offline. And we'll be doing something else for that stream. On Thursday, the 4th of April, we'll be potentially doing the bonus episode for Spirit of Justice, Turnabout Time Traveler. If we manage to reach 75 followers, I'll be playing through Turnabout Time Traveler, the bonus episode of Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. And it was previously set at 150 followers, but I've bumped that down to 100 again. If we manage to get that by March 30th is the last date of that, I will be playing the special episodes of Asinine Attorney from the original Spirit of Justice game on Easter Sunday. I do also have a backup in mind. That would be April 5th, I believe, is a backup. If I manage to miss it, or I'm like short by a few on that point, I will be doing that the following Friday, April 5th. And April 5th is also going to be DMA Live, so that is my next chance for probably having a little conversation with you all. Beyond that, I do also have one other stream of announcements that I completely skipped earlier. March 20th, I will be doing a mystery stream of Minecraft here at DMA Live. That will be at 3 p.m. Central and will be only about 3 hours. And then we'll have the board of directors that following Sunday, the 24th, will be the only stream for that day. Alright, I need to go and take care of one thing that I forgot earlier. I will be right back, and then we'll pick things right back up where we left off. hi. Got the headset back on. So for the sake of odd context, as far as what happened, I basically had some stuff that I need to take care of. Some additional business that I was not expecting. So I knew that if I was going to go through the second part, I was not going to survive the trial. So I thought I would run and go take care of that really quickly. With that said, though, hi, I'm now back and I'm officially here to stay. Let's jump on over here for a little bit because I want to chat a little bit about one quick thing before I get right into this. And that specific thing is that this trial is going to be interesting, to say the least. So this is Athena's first solo case, but Apollo is going to be beside us, and of course we'll have Phoenix's help in the defendant's lounge as well. But I am going to emphasize once again, as I should be emphasizing with a couple of the other things, we have examined most of the evidence already, but there's going to be some additional evidence that I will be examining during the course of this trial. Just for clarity's sake, I have to disclose, this is not a blind playthrough, so I do know what to do in each of the circumstances. I'm playing through this for the sake of having it logged on stream and having, like, a record of me playing and clearing this game. So, with that said, I am officially going to switch on over, and we're going to head right back into the game. And here we are. So, we start trial day 1 on October 25th, 9:47 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. I have also been informed, I do apologize, that is the next case. Disregard. I have also been informed that there is going to be a courtroom of significance that will be apparent at a later point in the story, but we'll talk about that later. Butterflies have butterflies in their stomach. So, what's it like to have your very own case for the first time? My heart hasn't raced this fast since I ran that full marathon last year. If it keeps up, you might get a lawyer's high. You know, like a runner's high. Relax, everyone's nervous their first time. So my fears weren't unfounded. After all, today's prosecutor is so terribly brutal, and willing to use any means necessary to win conviction. There's that and justifies the means concept again. Now that it has come to this, we have no choice but to fight fire with fire. The end justifies the means. I wish you'd stop saying that. That's your method, Professor. I'm going to defend Juniper my own way. But, Miss Cykes, just yesterday you told me. As a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else? That's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner as, and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? But aren't you a stubborn one? Well, I suppose you will have to learn of your own efficiency the hard way. I cannot read tonight, god damn it. Well, I suppose you will have to learn of your own inefficiency the hard way. I cannot read tonight, god damn. Anyway. Forgive me, Professor Means, but can we just leave it at that? Oh dear, please forgive me. It's just I wish to protect Juniper by any means I can.
I do too, but...
Now, if you would excuse me.
Ugh! Instead, I'm feeling even more pressure than before. Don't let it get to you, Athena. And don't forget to keep smiling. I'll be fine. And I haven't forgotten what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Yes, indeed. You know what they call me at the poker table? They call me Mr. Happy, because I'm always smiling.
Trial is about to begin. Please proceed to the courtroom.
Apollo, I'm counting on you to support Athena at this time. Okay, Mr. Wright, leave it to me. That's right, I have Apollo to back me up. Junie's fate rests in my hands. I won't rest until she walks free. And with that, we go to October 25th, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. Wait, courtroom number 4? I thought that was blown up. Nope. Time is relative. This is pre-destruction of court. After all.
Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods.
Themis Cykes, defense team leader, it's ready, Your Honor. That didn't sound very confident. You sure you're okay? Oh, I'll be fine.
Your boldness. I know. As usual, you want me to deliver the opening statement. Ah! This case is crystal clear. I see no need to explicate it any further. Now, summon the witness. Is there something the matter? Please do share your boldness. Whatever gave you that idea? Bailiff, please call in our first witness.
And now we don't even get an opening statement. Detective Fulbright, he and Prosecutor Blackwell have become quite the team.
Oh, right! The case brief. Leave it to me! Yes, let the detective in charge, everyone's favorite friend of justice, explain.
What was that just now? It's like he and Blackwell are totally in sync. Well, I don't think they're capable of mind melding, if that's what you're thinking.
All right, Detective Fulbright, would you please explain the case to the court? Professor Gord's body was discovered on October 24th at approximately 2:30 p.m. She was murdered with this all that I have here. The victim's blood and the defendant's prints were both discovered on it.
All have been added to the court record. Court's autopsy report has been added to the court record. Thanks, Taka. Wow, that bird can deliver evidence too? Blackwell has him trained well. Maybe Blackwell should train it not to mess up people's hair while he's at it.
Moving right along. The body was discovered on the outdoor stage, although no blood was found there. However, we detected traces of a massive amount of blood in the third-floor art room. In short, the murder took place in the art room. So then the body had been moved from the art room to the stage. Precisely! And there's one more piece of irrefutable evidence. A recording made by a tape recorder that a school paper reporter hid in the art room. It captured a female voice screaming, "Your daughter." What's this? You have such a recording?
Must be from that tape recorder Mary mentioned. But why is this the first we've heard of the death threat at the moment of the murder?
Shh! Silence, please! I would like to play the tape for you now.
You're a goner.
It is quite hard to hear.
But the voice does sound female. Tape recorder has been added to the court record.
The noise and low volume of the voice have made voice print analysis all but impossible. Then you haven't identified the voice as belonging to the defendant. Not so fast. After all, voice print analysis isn't everything. The victim was killed that night, then discovered in the afternoon the next day. The question is, when was the body moved? Oh, I know. It could have been moved in the middle of the night when no one was around. Sorry, but no. The campus was full of students that morning. However, no one reported seeing the body. That means the body was moved sometime before the mock trial when all of the students and faculty were gathered in the lecture hall and the rest of the campus was empty. It was during this time that Hugh O'Connor, one of the mock trial participants, found the body.
So the prosecution heard about Hugh seeing the body.
Oh, wait one moment. If all of the students and faculty were gathered in the lecture hall, then there wouldn't have been anyone who could have moved the body. Have no fear, for there is always an exception. An exception? The 3 mock trial participants were standing by in individual dressing rooms. But they were the only ones who had free access to the deserted campus before the mock trial. What? Then that would mean... what would that mean? Those 3 students were the only ones who could have moved the body. In justice, we trust!
I don't like where this is headed, Athena. Me neither.
And by those 3, I mean Hugh O'Connor, Robin Newman, and Juniper Woods.
I knew it. Miss Detective Fulbright, don't say what I think you're about to say.
In justice we trust! I take it everyone understands now. The voice believed to be that of the murderer was female. And out of the 3 people who could have moved the body, just 1 is a girl. That leaves the defendant, Juniper Woods, as the only possibility. No!
Impressive. He has you on the ropes even before any cross-examination. You can at least pretend to be upset for me.
A splendid job, Fulbright. That cannot be any clearer. Feel free to anticipate a salary raise next month. I don't do this for the money. It's all about justice. In justice we trust. Not only a half-wit, but a perennial stick in the mud you are.
I guess neither the carrot nor the stick works on Detective Fulbright.
Now, bailiff, please bring our next witness to the stand. So, our first witness is a cardboard box.
Stealth mode deactivated.
Oh my, the box has hands.
Smile like your honor.
Ah, flashbang. What the dickens? I just had my picture taken.
Yeah, I'm Scuttlebutt, senior at the Leo Academy. I'm a reporter on the judge course. Juniper's been a bad girl. I'll tell you all about her crime.
Might I ask whether you could come out of that box?
I won't get any more scoops if I blow my cover. So the answer is no. After all, covert action is an undercover reporter's bread and butter.
But testimony from a faceless witness is highly irregular.
Your Honor, we've had all sorts of weird witnesses across the years. Don't try to deny a faceless witness is one of them.
The former ninja I met in the clink said that exposing those who work in the shadows is to pass the death sentence upon them. Oh my! I'd never thought of it that way. Very well. If it would spare life, I'll make a special exception this time.
Former ninja in prison? Holy Shinto! How could the judge believe this load of crock?
And now your testimony, please. Oh, but take care not to reveal your face.
Oh, you already know. We already know what I'm planning on doing is I'm planning on taking a screenshot at the first opportunity that box comes off.
So be prepared for that, chat.
The murder happened exactly like Juniper's mock trial script. Up until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the script's content. But Professor Court's sudden decision not to use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage. Juniper has to be the killer. She has a motive, and the murder is just like the script.
The murder is just like her script? Could such a thing be true?
Compare her script with the murder case and crime scene photos, then you'll see.
And this is so simple, even an ape posing as a decrepit old judge could understand. Only the victim and the defendant were privy to the script, ergo the defendant is the killer. Furthermore, in the art room where the crime supposedly occurred, this witness's script, along with an envelope on which "use" was written, were found. This proves that the accused's script had been rejected the day before the mock trial. She pressed the victim to use her script. An argument ensued, and then the fatal stabbing.
That makes perfect sense. But what now?
Prosecutor Blackwell has all his ducks lined up in a row. He's really on a roll now.
Ugh. It's like a pit bull once it sinks its teeth into you. Dear shit. My script had it all. Bum rapping, phony evidence, grudges and betrayals.
I trust the defense is ready to cross-examine the witness.
No problem. I mean, yes, I'm ready. I think. Time to find a hole in her testimony and unbox the truth. I've seen it done over and over. I know I can do this.
So, Scuttlebutt's first cross-examination. Basically, this is a case of press every single goddamn thing. Because there's not really a whole lot.
Hold it!
There must be places where the script in this case diverge. Don't sweat the details. That kind of stress will give you the wrinkles.
Objection!
I'm not worried. My skin is as fair as silk.
Objection!
Indeed, you are quite fair. Fairly desperate.
Objection!
What did you just say? Buckle really turned that one around on you. Who's holding you on? Hurry up and think of a clever comeback.
Whoa, easy there, Athena. Now you listen to me. The two cases do indeed have their differences. For one, the stage hadn't yet been erected in the mock trial script. And in the actual case, there were signs indicating the victim's wrists had been bound. But such differences pale in comparison to the host of similarities. In any event, replicating the crime without knowledge of the script is an impossibility.
Looks like I won't be passing this off as a coincidence. What a dull bird. Try again, why don't you, Poniflins? Up until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the script's content.
Hold it!
Somebody could have stolen a pink beforehand. I don't think so. I mean, I tried any number of times. Shame on you, Miriam. But that crafty shooter of Juniper has eyes in the back of her head. What chance does your average person have if an undercover reporter like me failed? Interesting point. Still, Miss Scuttlebutt, won't you get in trouble later for admitting to such underhanded tactics? Why, I plead entrapment! How is you putting out your own crime entrapment? You haven't scooped him yet. They were all set to use Juniper's script. Professor Court's sudden decision not to use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage.
Hold it!
How do you know that Professor Court wasn't going to use her script?
There in the art room where the heinous crime took place, an envelope marked "Use" and a Miriam Scuttlebutt script were found. Evidently, the script that was going to be used belonged to the girl in the box over there.
It's only natural that my script will be accepted and hers rejected. I introduced all sorts of brand new concepts, including bribery and fake evidence. It was a cutting-edge script portraying a corporate battle in the dark age of the law. I can't help but feel the Professor Court went out of her way not to use it. Juniper. She used some devious, underhanded tactics to get her script chosen. That's why her script and not my masterpiece was used in the mock trial. How's that for an explanation? Juniper has to be the killer. She has a motive, and the murder is just like her script.
Hold it!
Anyone who saw the mock trial could have recreated the crime. After they saw the mock trial, they could have easily staged the body just like the script.
Objection!
Wary is the trial which pits Hawk against Canary.
Objection!
What did you just say? If he's so wary, just try him fooling us. I bet that saves some energy. Hi, Emma. Playing through second chapter, Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. We're basically right in the middle of first trial, so... It's no time for jokes, Apollo. He just called me a canary. Don't let him get to you. At least canaries pick up on things quickly, just like you. I shan't repeat myself, so listen carefully, Sykes. Hugh O'Connor discovered the body before the mock trial even began. How could one stage the body as it is in the script before anyone knew its contents? How's the streaming going? The streaming's going alright for the most part. Working on a couple of things off on the side, and obviously I'm going to be taking a bit of a break, unfortunately, after this game, but I believe we're going to be adding in a new day next week to my stream schedule list. God, that's right. Do you even fathom the intricacies that go into staging a crime scene? No, I think not. You have the rudimentary mind of an elementary school child. Elementary school? And again, flashbang. By the way, have you thought anything for the channel stuff? I've been working on that slowly. So I've got someone who's been working on getting the VODs out, and of course I'm working on trying to get stuff recorded for the other two channels as well. So nothing committed as far as content just yet, but I believe I will be... I'll have stuff in due time. Right now we're in the middle of March, and I'm still, like, roughly on track to have stuff started for, like, July, August. So, in fact, part of the reason why I'm leaving for 3 days, and I won't be live this Saturday or Sunday, is to do some stuff for the channels as well. Get those kind of ready to go. I put some stuff for now. I am good, but I do appreciate the offer. Like I said, I have communicated with you business-wise, and I am basically making a quick note here that for, like, business inquiries, I would recommend you reaching out to me via either my email or via the link tree, which I actually have a specific command actually that I can put that. Like, no business in the chat, please. For business inquiries, feel free to send them over to my email or to the Linktree contact form. Linktree is there on there as well. Outside of that, so reporter's testimony throws Attorney Phoenix Wright for the perfect caption. Oh no, you're good. All good, Emma. I just want to focus mainly on gameplay and hanging out with the chat. Try not to do too much business on stream while I'm live. So I do apologize, of course. Anyway, going back to the game. How marvelous. A photo in the newspaper is just a thing to boost your brand. In a school paper? Seriously? I believe you've pressed the witness more than enough, Miss Cykes.
Now do you see how clear-cut my case is? And take it now in that fair, desperate mind of yours. Etch it deep so you may never forget.
No! No! Even my arguments get thrown back in my face. It wasn't supposed to be like this. What am I going to do?
Athena, you should just about have all the answers you've been looking for now.
Huh?
Think about it this way. If the killer knew the details of a mock trial, would they really commit the crime in the exact same way?
I don't follow.
Try to place yourself in the killer's shoes. I bet you'll discover an inconsistency if you do.
Ah! I get it. Thanks, Apollo.
Ms. Scuttlebutt, just so we're clear, you're claiming that the killer intentionally made the crime scene look just as it was in the script. And that it is beyond the shadow of a doubt not a coincidence. Is that correct?
Oh, duh. After all, it's just more evidence of Juniper's evil she-devil eyes.
Objection!
What'd I say? What'd I say?
Our client made the crime scene look just like the script, something known only to her. That would be not just foolhardy, but completely irrational.
What do you mean?
Yes, Miss Cykes, please tell this court what you mean by irrational.
It wouldn't make any sense for Junie to mimic her own script on purpose, because it would make her the culprit.
The murder scene was the same as it was in the mock trial script.
That in of itself is irrational. What's wrong with them being the same?
Yes, Miss Cykes, care to explain what you mean?
Okay, then let's say for argument's sake that Miss Woods is a killer. If so, then
what reason would she have to intentionally make the actual murder mimic her own script?
That's easy. She was admitting that she was a...
That's right. If she had really done that, it would have been like the Can I English? It would have been like proclaiming to the world that she was a killer. So what we actually have here is evidence of someone trying to frame our client. The body was found the day of the mock trial. In short, the day of the details were revealed. So it would be completely inconceivable for the murder to go exactly like the script.
Don't let it go to your head just yet.
Objection!
It would seem Justice Dono's comrade in arms has finally drawn her sword. However, the blade is dull, and it shall remain so until you master its use.
Enough with the stupid metaphors already.
There is a perfectly good reason for the inconsistency of which you speak.
Reason? What reason?
Must I spell out everything? You are what people call today high maintenance. The accused had intended to stop the mock trial, and in that event, nary a soul would have been the wiser to the similarities of the case and the script.
Objection!
No, the mock trial was only stopped after the body was accidentally discovered.
Objection!
Well, Miss here has almost discovered the body. In fact, she was led to our dearly departed professor by the accuser herself.
What? Miss Scuttlebutt saw the body too?
Precisely. And with the discovery of the body, the mock trial ought to have been cancelled.
Wait, so you didn't call the police? Nope. I kept a secret my big scoop. You can't do that!
I made her pay long and hard penance for a sin. Did I not, my little box top?
God, compared to a record war correspondent, the sheer terror that was.
Jeez, I wonder what the Twisted Samurai did to her.
Knock off all the holes in her box, and spin her like a top while Detective Fulbright cackled in delight. That sounds more nauseating than scary.
Enough jabbering. Witness, continue your testimony.
Sure, Mr. Samurai. I'm ready to finish off that she-devil.
So what Scuttlebutt saw.
I stuck into Juniper's dressing room while everyone was in the lecture hall. Juniper had changed into her stage costume. I asked her, "What are you doing?" And suddenly she fled into the hallway, as if she wanted me to follow her. I followed her all the way to Professor Court's body. She led me right to it. I'm positive it was Juniper because she was wearing the costume that she had made.
Hold it!
Why did you withhold such key testimony? Cack! What's that supposed to mean? Athena, you haven't even started your cross-examination. I know, but her testimony points to her as being a potential suspect. Well, I don't think Professor Blackwell is. Prosecutor Blackwell is. Nope, wait, I bet he's already thought of that. The witness left the lecture hall to sneak into Miss Wood's room before the mock trial. That means she, too, could have moved the victim's body. Cack! The prosecution's claim no longer has any ground to stand on. Yeah! Bad Taka, get back! No need to ruffle your own feathers so. When you squeak like a little brat, it agitates Taka. Do you want him to peck your eyes out? No, thanks. You listen here. The witness has a perfectly good alibi. Oh, yeah, I do. Around the estimated time of death, I was an undercover reporter class. That's right near my home. Undercover reporter class. The proverbial rug has been pulled from under you. The witness could not be the killer. The defense must look before leaping, or at least make sure the rug's secured to the floor. Hey, I'll have you know I tripped on a rug as it was flat. Mainly because it was on a hardwood floor, and yeah, I may have slipped on the damn thing. But I kid you not. I try to warn you. Well, there ends the cross-examination. Let's allow the witness to step down. Huh? No, wait a minute. The defense has no right to cross-examine the witness after that little spectacle. For whatever man is sowing, this he will also reap. Ugh, why can't you say you reap what you sow? Very well, if the cross-examination is over, I suppose the witness may go home. Perhaps spend some time in her lovely box and recover from today's stressful events. Don't you worry about me, Your Honor. There's no rest for the wicked, or journalists either. My third eye is always eyeing a scoop. God damn it. Ugh. He's always eyeing a scoop? Well, back to the trenches. Bye-bye.
Hold it!
Not so fast, Miss Scuttlebutt. Apollo? There's just one thing I'd like to ask. Did you take a picture of the victim's body? And if not, why not? That is... No, I didn't take one. Well, that's strange. Why wouldn't you take a picture if you're always eyeing a scoop? Did you or didn't you really see the victim's body? It's not like I actually saw it, but... What the devil? Did you hear that, Your Honor? This witness didn't actually see the body. That completely overturns the prosecution's claim that the witness was led to it. Justice Dono, you dare bear steel at me again? Stop it! Nice try, Boy Wonder. So what if I didn't see the body? The fact remains that Juniper led me there. Feast your eyes on this. What exactly am I looking at here? It's a crucial moment forever frozen in time by my third eye. A photo clearly showing Juniper Woods. Why did you not tell me of this? It's a shocking scoop I was saving for just the right moment. And that would be now right here in court. Surprise! What'd I do? All journalists keep their scoops secret until the right moment. There's
He's pretty brave hiding it from Blackwell like that.
Or pretty stupid. No, this is an unexpected turn.
Athena? About this picture. See how it only shows the back of the subject? So then... Right. Who knows whether this photo shows Juniper in the first place?
Objection!
A completely irrelevant point. What is relevant here is there was someone who did try to lead the witness to the body. Take a gander at this, the route by which the accused escaped. The witness pursued the accused this way after she fled the dressing room. The accused descended to the first floor and exited to the car. Then what?
I tripped and fell, and I caught my knee on my own box.
She stayed on her box even while running after someone?
That sounds difficult.
Recall that the body was already there, for Hugh Connor had already seen it. She was trying to show someone the body because she wanted to stop the mock trial.
Hold it!
But if the facts haven't changed, that's all the more reason to cross-examine the witness. The defense has a point there. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. It seems Justice Dono has saved your pretty little hide, Missy. For now, at least. Phew, guess I pulled that off somehow.
Thanks, Apollo. You're a lifesaver.
Incidentally, my compliments to the witness for her very fine box.
It's prima cardboard, lovingly selected from among many. What? Doc?
And tell another lie or hide another fact from me, and I shall put it to the torch.
Doc! Please, anything but that!
I think it would be more eco-friendly to recycle it, but that's just me. Alright, Miss Cykes, you may cross-examine the witness. Phew. Alright. We finally get a little bit of a banter, but we do finally get to cross-examine again. Thankfully, we do know a little bit about what to do. Miss Scuttlebutt's whole basis for identifying our client as a figure in this photo is the fact that it shows someone in Ms. Wood's stage costume.
Well, it is Juniper's costume, so that must be Juniper in it. It's clear cut.
No, that's where you're completely mistaken.
What?
This is a design drawing of our client's stage costume. Oh my, what a wonderful creation. The constellations are extraordinary.
I'm glad you noticed, because those stars are precisely what's important here. In the drawing, there are constellations all over the outside of the costume.
But there's not a single star on the costume in this photo. Oh, then that means... what exactly?
Your Honor, there were no other blue costumes at the scene, which leads me to believe that the figure in this photo was wearing our client's costume inside out.
But why would Ms. Woods make a mistake such like that?
Well, it's not really a matter of why, but rather who made the mistake of putting it on inside out. Wait, you're not suggesting...
That's right. I'm glad you're catching on. The costume's designer wouldn't put her own costume on inside out. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter?
failure as a reporter? Kek. Damn it! Why, hello, Miss Scuttlebutt. It's nice to meet the woman beneath the box. Damn it, I'm my finger off the damn button. Shift. You didn't see nothing.
Objection!
Now, I would have you stop right there, Saxtano. It is the why of the matter upon which I would have this court focus.
What do you mean?
Miss Juniper Woods,
Yes?
what were you doing on the morning of the mock trial?
I was in my dressing room, painting my costume in fluorescent paint. Fluorescent paint? My design drawing shows twinkling stars on the costume. I was going to make the costume shimmer by being inside fluorescent.
What was that again? Fluoride? Did your costume have cavities?
Not fluoride, fluorescent, as in glowing. The paint would make it glow in the dark.
Yes. So you applied that to the inside of the costume, and then...
I let it dry for a while because I heard it takes a long time. So I put the costume on my mannequin inside out. Inside out? So then...
This is a photograph of the inside-out costume taken in the dark. As you can see, there is a heavy layer of paint over the entire inside surface. If someone were to properly don this costume in this state, what paint would get all over their body? Why yes, I believe it would. Indeed, ergo the costume was worn the way it was, not by anyone's mistake, but because this was the way it was on the mannequin, inside out.
Glowing costume photo has been added to the court record. Figures he would have a photo. Ugh, you just fell into his trap? Yeah, I bet Blackwell had it all planned out. Still, I think you should give this photo a nice long look. Oh, I will. Don't you worry, Apollo. I already noticed it, but for the sake of devil's advocate, there's a couple of interesting prints right there in a very interesting spot on the hood. Oh, please tell me you found something that doesn't add up. Check out the chest area. It kind of looks like handprints to me. Hey, you're right! But Junie would know better than to touch it while the paint is still wet.
Objection!
I believe the term to describe your thought process is wishful thinking. After all, if master painters were mistakes, why not a rank amateur such as the accused?
Objection!
So basically, you're saying my claim requires evidence to back it up? Evidence? That shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, you've come this far. Just because I've come this far doesn't mean I've thought everything through, though. What? You mean you've just been bluffing? What do you expect me to do? I'm sick of losing to this guy. But you're right. There's only one thing left to do at this point. Let's present some evidence. Pronto.
A showdown, is it? I gladly accept.
Resin paint must have stuck to the hands of whoever touches the costume, and that paint should glow in the dark places. So I just need to carefully check every last piece of evidence. Piece of evidence who shows who touched the costume can be found right here.
Take that!
A school newspaper? Interesting.
And take a look at the photo where the lights are dimmed at the spotlight is on Miss Woods. Observe Mr. Newman's hands in that photo as he stands at the prosecutor's bench. As you can see, it's glowing, just like Miss Woods' fluorescent paint.
It is glowing. Quite brightly, I might add.
But why would he put fluorescent paint on his hands for the mock trial, you may ask? The answer is he wouldn't, not on purpose. It got there when he put the costume on.
Oh? I mean, oh! That means... what again?
It means the figure photographed in the costume was not our client Jennifer Woods. It was her classmate, Robin Newman.
What?
To think you were actually able to prove that. Well, you never know what's going to happen next. That's the thrill of the courtroom.
So then... does that mean that Robin is our man?
Well, that's certainly how it looks.
Very well. Robin Newman it is. He is here in the gallery, I trust. Show yourself. I challenge you to a duel.
And again, Ryan Newman is supposed to be yelling all of us, but I'm not yelling any of the lines. I'm Robin Newman! I want to become a great artist. I practice day and night. Yeah! No, that's not it. Art's gonna be sincere, man.
So for occupation, should we put down budding artist?
No! Themis Legal Academy Senior Prosecutor Course. This brings as proof of my masculinity. I've been training to be a prosecutor for 18 years.
I assume you'll be cleaning up the pottery you smashed before you leave today.
Man!
It seems the witness has finally settled down.
I guess nothing phases the judges after all these years.
You may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Newman. Specifically, the court wishes to hear why you had fluorescent paint on your hands.
I went to see Juniper in her dressing room, but she wasn't there! When I walked by that frilly costume, I was like, whoa! The mannequin was on. It was about to fall on me. So I got the paint on me when I caught it. But I never put it on. That's just stupid!
Hold it!
Your Honor, I recommend a short therapy session for the witness.
Well, Mr. Newman does seem particularly agitated, but...
No! Not again. What's his problem? I sensed it the moment Robin took the stand. A discord in his heart.
So, you think he might be hiding something?
Probably. You ready, Mr. Newman? Let's see what the mood matrix can do for you.
So, yet again, we have the mood matrix. Which, for those of you that are watching for the first time, this is one of Athena's unique abilities. So, we went to see Juniper in her waiting room, but she wasn't there. We walked by that frilly costume. I was like, whoa! Mannequin, it was on. It was about to fall over. I got that paint on me when I caught it. I never put it on. That's just stupid. So you might notice that a particular emotion is kind of an outlier in here.
Got it!
And that is, in fact, happiness. So when you mentioned that stage costume, I sensed a sudden powerful feeling of joy. Would you care to explain, Mr. Newman? Wait, what? Why would a frilly scarf thing and a long skirt make me feel like that? I don't know, but you seem awfully interested in that costume for some reason. You didn't happen to put it on, did you? I can't be into that kind of thing. I'm a dude and I'm into braces. You don't think Robin's actually got a thing for Juniper's outfit, do you? Oh, come on. Isn't it obvious? You're enjoying this a bit too much, Athena. No way, man! The mannequin came falling toward me, so I stuck out my hands to stop it. End of story.
That's a new piece of information. Time to run an update. Even after that update, something doesn't feel right here. Do we have anything that could prove his statement contradicts what really happened? Well, that in of itself, the hands don't exactly match up. So the hands are on the opposite side, and the thumbs are actually out. So it's almost as if we were grabbing onto the hood when we were trying to put it on. That in of itself is a contradiction. So you said the mannequin came falling towards you, so you stuck your hands out to stop it. If so, then the fingers of your hands would have been pointing outward like this. But that's not what the handprints show. In fact, this looks more like just your thumbs on the base of your palms. Why in the world would I leave such weird handprints? You know why. You left them when you went to adjust the scarf after putting it on. Just like the model in this drawing. Whoa! Why don't you just admit it, Mr. Newman? You did put the stage costume on, didn't you? And you really do like Ms. Wood's clothes, don't you? Fine, I admit to putting the costume on. But I don't like girly clothes, man! Sure. New information to plug in. Time for another update. I snuck in knowing the costume was in there. My heart was pounding even though I'm a guy. When I saw it, it was even more amazing than I'd imagined. I was like, whoa, I'm a guy, but I got all excited. It's true, I did put on the girly costume. But it was strictly for artistic purposes. So basically there's 3 statements that you could have pressed for this. Basically the emotion is a sadness. And it's in 3 different statements. 2, 4, and 5 specifically.
Got it!
There, another emotion that doesn't fit. So what? You're really starting to get on my nerves, man! Mr. Newman, you've got excited when you put the costume on, but you also felt sad. Who cares if I felt sad? It's no big deal! Okay, Mr. Newman, out with it. Why did you feel sad? You're hiding something, aren't you? Oh, no! You're not fooling anyone anymore. Now tell us why you were sad. Okay, fine! If you're gonna be that way, I'll tell you. The reason I felt sad is... No matter how much I dress up, I'll never be as pretty as Juniper. Well, no offense, but his habit of shouting at the top of his lungs doesn't exactly help. No, that's not it! I totally own those girly clothes. I should have been totally pretty. But there's something that keeps getting in my way. Wow, that's a whole lot of anger and raw emotion right there. His heart is crying out in pain. His emotions are out of control. Out of control emotions. We saw those during the Ninetales Veil incident. So all we have to do is find the source of his uncontrollable anger, right? Right. Help me look for a conflict between his statements and the images we see. If we can find that, we can wrestle him away from whatever's tormenting him. Mr. Newman said that there's something getting in the way of him being pretty. Something that doesn't go with girly clothes. But what could it be? Fine, I'll testify, man! So throughout this thus far, the Discord hasn't been dropping a whole lot. And obviously, at this point, the anger is out of control, so we need to find the source of it. So we snuck in it knowing the costume was in there. My heart was pounding even though I'm a guy. It's true, I felt a powerful feeling when I saw that long frilly scarf. I admit it, I wore girly clothes. I felt like a diva when I pulled the hood over my head. It felt so right. I was totally dressed up like a girl. I think the one thing that's been holding him back is the brace. Mr. Newman, you feel like we deal of anger towards her brace, don't you? Is that what you feel is holding you back from being as pretty as you think you should be? Huh? What? Mr. Newman, the truth is, you really want to take that brace off, don't you? No way, man! That's a symbol of masculinity! I could never take it off! Is it that you can't take it off? Or that you don't want to take it off? Man! I should have kept my big mouth shut! This is really weird. He exhibits an intense anger towards his brace, which he calls a symbol of masculinity. But he can't take it off, not even when he's trying to look pretty. What could be at the root of his complicated relationship with his brace? I have a feeling we're on the verge of uncovering an earth-shattering secret. Athena, you okay? It seems Robin is still hiding a secret, a big one. Bigger than the fact he's secretly jealous of Juniper's looks? Yes, at least I think so. Duh. No, it can't be. I just thought of something, but it's totally insane. Mr. Newman, what? I'm bound to your little secret, and if I'm correct, it's not very little at all. It's huge. This sounds completely insane, but it's the only possibility left. Mr. Newman, or should I say, Miss Newman, you are and always have been a girl. What? Have you lost the plot, Athena? No, I'm completely serious. I don't have any direct evidence. But that's what Robin's heart is shouting out loud and clear.
Hold it!
I still think you've totally lost it. I mean, Robin reeks of testosterone. How could it possibly be a she? I, for one, had never seen a girl who shouts like a maniac all the time. I've seen plenty of witnesses in my day. But if he is a she, then she is the most convincing actress I have ever encountered. Therefore, let me pronounce my verdict. Robin Newman is, without question, a man. You are now truly Justice Donner's equal in one area. You are just as equally insane. Never in the history of this planet has there been a finer specimen of the masculine spirit. Hold it! If you guys are done talking about me, I'm... The brace, it's... Miss Cykes? No, allow me to call you Athena. I wanted to keep this a secret at all costs, but no! But, no way! Ah! Surely this must be some kind of jest. Nope, it's real. I'm a girl, body and soul. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a P-E-E-K. Gag! As if! What an amazing transformation. Well, all the Discord is gone. The image is now complete. Ladies and gentlemen, the big twist is revealed and Robin removes her brace to reveal her true identity. I
was raised as a boy since I was little, and I studied law just as my parents wanted. But now this living lie had me pinned down to the ground. It's... Ah! It's been blown to smithereens by you, Athena! Now I can stop pretending I want to be a prosecutor. I'm gonna be an artist! Yay!
Order! Order! What a shocking development. He really did turn out to be a she.
Eek! Why is everyone looking at me like that? I feel like a movie star or something. No paparazzi, please. I value my privacy. Okay, why? Ah! No pics, you'll regret it, man! Am I just imagining things, or is Robin even more hyper now than when she was a he? I don't know. Maybe it's because she finally got her troubles off her chest. Literally.
This is all well and good, but does he being a she actually change anything?
The fact that the witness is actually a girl does change things, because there is now a piece of evidence that we must reevaluate.
Very well. Let's see what the defense has for us now. What piece of evidence must we reconsider now that we know that the witness is a girl?
Sorry.
Take that!
This is what I like the court to reconsider.
Oh, the tape recorder. The one that recorded the threat. You're a goner.
That's right. And we already have established that it's a female voice in the recording. Of all the students who could have moved the body before the mock trial was to start, our client was the only female if you exclude Miss Scuttlebot because of her alibi. And that is why the tape recorder made our client the prime suspect.
So then...
That's right! The witness just revealed that she's a girl. Therefore, if we are using the voice in this recording as a basis for hurling accusations, this witness must be labeled a suspect too. Oh no! Wow, talk about a sudden turn of events. You've done it! You found a hole in one of the prosecution's key pieces of evidence. Yeah, but wow, that was a lot of work for a single one.
Objection!
Not so hasty. You're forgetting that one person here was privy to the script. Ergo, Miss Jennifer Woods is still the prime suspect.
Objection!
But Miss Newman hid the fact that she was a girl, both at the crime scene and in court. I'd say that puts her up in camp suspicious. Eek! That's not nice, Athena! You accuse me of being a killer! I mean, I'm just a weak, innocent little girl. Just thinking about that murder makes me... God damn
Objection!
it.
Suspicions is as suspicious does. Undoubtedly, the witness does have some sort of connection to this crime. Perhaps our newfound lady is merely feigning ignorance. We can surmise that she lent support to the principal offender, Juniper Woods. By leading the skull up to the body, that would make her an accessory to the crime.
How can you say that? I'm not an accessory to any crime, Mr. Birdman.
Objection!
Duh! Birdman! In any event, with the witness as an accessory, it explains quite a bit, does it now?
Objection!
It all makes sense somehow. And he'll keep accusing Junie unless we can show someone else the script's details. But how could someone have gotten their hands on that kind of info? They could have known what was in the script was if they... Saw the mock trial. Hell yeah. Nothing could be more simple. Wreck. I want to back up just a little bit because... basically, I may have missed something on my notes.
Wow, talking about a sudden turn of events. You've done it. You've done a whole lot of the prosecution of these key PSF test event. Yada yada, skip through all of this.
Objection!
Thankfully, I'm not recording this so much as it's just for the VOD recording, so...
Objection!
Ms. Newman hid the fact that she was a girl both at the crime scene and in court. That's what puts her in camp suspicious. Eek! That's not nice, Athena! How can you accuse me of being a killer? I mean, I'm just a weak, innocent little girl. Just thinking about that murder makes me...
Objection!
Suspicious is as suspicious does. Undoubtedly, the witness does have some sort of connection to this crime. Perhaps a newfound lady is merely feigning ignorance. You can surmise that she lent support to the principal offender, Jennifer Woods, by leading the scuttlebutt to the body that will make her an accessory to the crime. How can you say that? I'm not an accessory to any crime, Mr. Birdman. Objection! The Birdman. In any event, with the witness as an accessory, it explains quite a bit, does it not?
Objection!
Marg! That makes sense somehow. And he'll keep accusing Junie unless we can show someone else knew the script's details. But how could someone have gotten their hands on that kind of info? The only way they could have known what was in the script was if they... Obviously, saw the mock trial was not it. Had penned the script would not have been it because only... So yeah, I was stuck between the top two on my notes, and I think I put the wrong one in my notes here. Just gonna go back here and double check. Alright. So yeah, I missed a couple parts of my script, clearly. So, whoops, my bad. Sorry, Junie, but you're not gonna like this. Our client may have leaked the script's details to someone. What the devil? I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favor the prosecution. But Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back. Miss Woods did not want Hugh O'Connor to win the mock trial. That's why I believe she leaked the details to the witness, Robin Newman. I get it! If Robin won, Hugh wouldn't be able to confess to Juniper. Right. Junie was just probably trying to keep their friendship from being awkward. Objection! How could you, Athena? What a bunch of bull! I never heard a word about the script from Juniper. Never ever!
Objection!
You sure? Can you look me in the eye and swear you didn't? B.A.D. Athena. You don't have any evidence! Actually, we might have just the thing. Really? Yeah, one of Robin's lines I read when we were reenacting the mock trial. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who posed as a corpse. Therefore, how did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. Robin said, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." S-U-R-E. I might have said that, but so what? Well, think of it this way, Athena. Yeah, exactly. If I told you I'd be wearing a blue suit today, but then showed up wearing what I've got on now, what would you say? Oh, the red suit. Ah, I think I've got it. Your Honor, we have evidence proving that Ms. Newman knew the contents of the script. And the defense moves to present said evidence to the court. Very well, Miss Cykes. Present away.
This evidence proves that Miss Newman had prior knowledge of the script's contents.
Take that!
The mock trial script?
Miss Newman, during the mock trial, you were shown a photo of the victim's body. And reportedly, you reacted by stating, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." Oh, yes, I said that. What's your point? You seem to have some issue with the green sweatsuit, and I think I know why. The proof is in the script, specifically on the things to prepare page. The sweatsuit victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor course. You were surprised because the sweatsuit in the photo was green. But if you didn't know about the script's content, then that shouldn't have surprised you. No! I thought we were friends, Athena. How could I have been so blind? In light of her privileged knowledge, I move to declare Ms. Newman a suspect, Your Honor.
What? Objection!
If knowing script details makes me a suspect, then there must be others beside me. I mean, someone else could have also seen Professor Court's notes. Note? What note? The professor and Juniper were working together to prepare for the mock trial, but only one copy of the script was made to prevent it from being leaked. But that gets kind of inconvenient, right? You're not seriously going to suggest... Eek! But it's the truth! Professor Court did do exactly what you're thinking. She didn't write down any of the proceedings or the truth behind the case, but she did write a note to herself about the props and details about the victim's BODY. Is this really true, Miss Newman? If you don't believe me, send the police over to my house and tell them to check the pictures on my camera. I thought it might give me an advantage. So I took a picture of the note. I'd say she's telling the truth. Wait a sec. If there's a note with the details about the body, then that means there are others who could have made the murder look like our client's script.
Yes, I believe you're right.
Apparently, this case isn't as clear-cut as Prosecutor Blackwell would have us believe. This new revelation blasts a big fat hole in the prosecution's case.
Oh!
Objection!
Believe you, Missy, but don't think this spells victory.
And why not?
The battle is still young, and my blade is now fully drawn. Between it and my next witness, your life will be forfeit. So, put away your wooden sword, and show me what you are truly capable of if you wish to live.
You want it? Don't worry, I'm gonna bring it. So, the reason why I flubbed the objection earlier is because I don't have the full transcript of the lines to read off. In hindsight, I probably should, honestly, but I think it's more funny for me to read off the lines fresh. I already said I want nothing to do with this trial.
Now, juvenile, it's not a matter of what you want, for you will cooperate, Hugh O'Connor. Prosecutor Blackwell, why have you called this witness? You will recall that the day before the mock trial, in short, the day of the murder, the accused testified that she left for home at around 6 p.m. Yes, my notes here do confirm that fact.
Right. Our client wasn't at the school at the estimated time of death, so she couldn't be...
Objection!
Yet that was but a fallacious lie. Or am I mistaken, Golden Boy? I have no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hold! I'm not through with you yet. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, and we just might discuss you-know-what. Jack! No, wait! One little
statement of Mr. Cool, isn't it? What's all that about?
I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. Are you sure, Mr. O'Connor?
The word of a genius is as good as gold. Let's get on with this.
Hugh O'Connor, senior at Themis Legal Academy lawyer course.
How's that?
You're just fine. Your testimony, then, if you please.
Against the top of the class now. I'd be careful if I were you. I know Ginny would never lie like that. The pompous schoolboy won't know what hit him.
To get mentally prepared for the mock trial, I meditated at the archery range until 7 p.m. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. And that's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? And that is quite enough. Well done, Golden Boy. The final bell rings at 7 p.m., at which point the campus is a desolate place. Now you will recall the tape recorder. We know the time of the voice recording. It was 7:10 p.m. the day before the mock trial. It was a dark hour of this heinous crime.
Do you have any proof of that?
As its final bell, the school plays a special broadcast. The clock strikes 7. The female voice on the tape appears 10 minutes after that broadcast. The killer waited until the school was empty to spring her devious and deadly trap.
The tape recorder has been updated in the court record.
So when the witness saw the defendant, that would have been... Indeed. It was 5 minutes after the voice was captured on tape in the archive. Ergo, we know that the accused was still in the main building, even after the killing. And so in the time of the murder, at the time of when the body was moved.
Great. Another inconvenient testimony.
Miss Cykes, your cross-examination, if you please.
Well, Hugh did say there was a question. He did ask us, technically, if there was anything else we wanted to ask. We went to prepare for the mock trial. We meditated at the archery range until 7 p.m. Around 7:15, we went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. Didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask?
Hold it!
Alright, I'll take you up on your kind offer. I expected as much. So, go ahead, ask away. Mr. O'Connor, I wanted to ask you... Please tell the court what you were doing on October 23rd, the day before the mock trial.
That's an easy one. Nothing in particular.
Nothing at all? You didn't help with the preparations?
You don't get it, do you? I was merely playing the role assigned to me. I left the preparations and the like to others. My job was to be mentally prepared.
Jenny put her heart and soul into getting things ready while he just sat on his behind?
Just to reiterate, I spent most of the 23rd meditating at the archery range. I didn't talk to anyone until the school closed at 7 p.m. I suppose a few archery club members did come and go while I was there.
But you didn't talk to anyone? Not a single soul?
That's right. I didn't say a word to anyone until the final bell at 7 p.m.
I see. This is crucial information. Please add it to your testimony.
I don't know if you're bluffing, but if you are, you have a pretty good poker face.
Oh, I assure you, it's no bluff. When you talk to anyone until the final bell, I've been meditating alone at the archery range. I call BS. So routine report, need to speak with Hugh O'Connor. Meet with Hugh about that report yesterday. Important. And 24th at 9 a.m. prep for mock trial, final confirmation. 1 p.m. meet with Mr. Wright about training seminar. And 2 p.m. mock trial begins.
Objection!
So you didn't talk to anybody on October 23rd. Are you sure about that?
I already told you, my word is as good as gold.
Okay, then how do you explain this? And don't spare any details.
Sorry, I've never seen that before.
This is the victim's planner. She recorded all of her plans in great detail. Take a look at this page here. It reads, on the 23rd, meet with Hugh and important. Don't you find that interesting?
What? Where'd you get that?
The keyword here is important. You say you were at the archery range all day. But you also said a few students came and went while you were there. That doesn't sound like a great place for an important talk.
But the entire campus was buzzing with activity before the mock trial. Where could they have possibly had a private conversation?
I thought about that too, but the situation changes after the last bell.
Well, what's this now?
The witness stayed after the last bell in order to have a private talk with the victim. Am I right, Mr. O'Connor?
This is insane!
Objection.
Objection. Must we go through this yet again? I suppose you also have no evidence as usual.
No, I don't have any direct evidence. However, the witness was meditating until after the last bell, and he attempted to conceal his private meeting with the victim.
First Robin, now me.
Who are you going to accuse next?
You're just another unscrupulous attorney looking to get ahead.
I'll get to you. He's definitely hiding something. I mean, he was supposed to meet with the victim around her estimated time of death. My suspicions about Robin, but he seems just as guilty. Since we are the only possible suspects, after all. Mr. O'Connor, answer me this. Did you meet with Professor Court that day?
Sorry, Mr. Jailwood Prosecutor. I didn't mean to steal your thunder, but I have something to say. If it will save me some trouble, then by all means, speak away. If you would recall, Miss Cykes, the voice on the tape recorder was female. Knowing that, I'd like you to explain how I could possibly be a suspect.
Oh, he has a point.
Impressive. The Golden Boy here does shine gold indeed. You care to take the reins? You're more than capable of prosecuting this case. Sorry, but I'm studying to be a lawyer. What a pity. To think such genius is to be wasted on mere lawyering. At last, your moment is here, Sexton. Time to refute Golden Boy's statements, and prove that you are the young prodigy worthy of the badge on your lapel.
Any more pressure on? The voice is unmistakably female, so there's no point in arguing about that. Yeah, you're right. In which case, to whom does the voice on the tape really belong to? It doesn't belong to the witness. And I doubt it belongs to the defendant, but what if it belonged this whole time and it actually belongs to the victim? The voice on the tape belongs to the victim. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Objection!
Are you mad? The voice on the recording says you're a goner. And that is something the murderer shouts at the victim, not the other way around.
Yeah, that is a problem. You're a goner. You're a goner. You're a goner.
Athena?
O'Connor? Wait a second! Whoa, Athena, you're scaring me here. You're scared? I'm terrified for even coming up with this! With what? Prosecutor Blackwell, I wanted to know if I am worthy of my badge. Well, I'm about to show you why. Despite my age, I can wear it with pride.
Oh. And then can I take it you won't be changing your argument? Still, it stands that it is a bit odd for the victim to be the one yelling, "You're a goner."
I agree, if that's what the victim was saying, but it's not.
And I assume you have something to back up your assertion, Mr. Cykes?
It's an accident, but I don't have to add fuel to his fire, Your Honor. If it is indeed Professor Court's voice on the tape, then she was shouting because she was... I would like to call one basic fact into question. Is that shout on the tape really saying, "You're a goner"? Professor Court's planner says that she was supposed to meet with a witness for an important talk. Perhaps our witness, despite being a genius, had done something wrong. And this made Professor Court get angry with him during their private meeting.
I don't see how this changes what we heard on the tape.
Well, if you want to see how it changes things, then let's try a little experiment. Your Honor, I want you to yell at the witness as if you're mad at him. But, and this is important, use his full name.
Okay, so let's see. Hugh O'Connor.
What did I do to deserve that? Yes, like that. Now try again, but faster.
Hugh O'Connor. Hugh O'Connor? Hugh O'Connor? O'Connor? Wait a second. No, this can't be.
Objection!
You think I spend the energy to lead you this far wasn't true? But it is, Your Honor. Humans are not perfect. That's a scientific fact. We sometimes mistake shadows for monsters or the wind for voices.
Now that you mention it.
Here, Sabina, just give your guy one more little push. The sound on the tape recorder never was the phrase, "You're a goner." That's only what we thought we heard, when in fact it was a witness getting yelled at. The court will note that this is different from the selective hearing men are so good at. I think you're right, but what was the last part again? Never mind. The important thing is that the voice was recorded isn't our client's. And since it was a victim scolding the witness, he must now join the list of suspects.
Objection!
I thought the testimony would suffice, but it seems it has come to this. I will not allow such delicious quibbles to affect this case. The prosecution has one final piece of evidence to present to the court.
Evidence? What's he gonna pull out now?
Feast your eyes on this photo, and let me see that insolent look vanish from within them. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Oh, it's a picture of the defendant and the victim. The photograph shows professor and student preparing for the mock trial together.
Wait, was this taken in the art room? The room where the murder occurred?
Indeed it was. But the revelations do not end there. Do you see the clock on the wall? It reads 7:05, a mere 5 minutes before the voice was recorded on tape.
What?
The accused brutally stabbed the victim to death 5 minutes after this photo was taken.
Shift. Yeah, and the school camera photo has been added to the court record, and all of a sudden, our entire case has gone up in smoke.
But it seems the defense's culpability in this crime is quite obvious.
She was with Professor Court just 5 minutes before she was murdered? What now? Nothing I can say can change that fact.
Understand now? You can believe in your client all you wish, but try as you might. Such misplaced faith will inevitably be cut down before the cruel, steely blade of the truth.
Yeah!
Listen. The person you'd like to save more than anyone else in the world, I'd be willing to wager that your defense isn't what you desire.
But
I became a lawyer so I could... You still fail to understand? After so much pain and defeat? The courts are not the play yards of little children dressed as lawyers. So before you break your back in failure, run along home and grow up. Ah! Ah! Thinks I'm giving up now. He's got another thing coming. I have to find my inner strength if I ever hope to save him. But I can't think of any way to strike back. Worst of times when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles? That's impossible. How could I smile under these circumstances even if I'm forced to? This is better than bad. Who knew Black Hole had that one waiting in the wings? Why didn't that twisted samurai just present it at the beginning? Wait, maybe this was his real plan. Is he just trying to show me how weak and powerless I am? Maybe he's right, because I really haven't got a clue. Who's a real killer? Professor Constance Court. Robin Newman, a girl who had been forced to live a lie as a god? Or was it Hugh O'Connor, the honor student who had met with Professor Court? There seems to be little reason to debate the defendant's guilt any longer. The time for a verdict has come. I'm not even going to scream objection because I've already effed that up multiple times. No! That's not going to happen, man! Well, what's the meaning of this? You can't interrupt a judge about to hand down a... Maybe, but false verdicts are an N-O-N-O. What? Miss Newman, please explain yourself. Juniper's not the killer. I know because I know who the real killer is. You do? You know who the real killer is. What is she up to now? Yep, I know because the real killer is... M-E, me. What? It was me! I did it alone! Just me! I don't get it. Why is she confessing? Miss Newman was witness near the stage. There's even a related photo of her. The more I think about it, the more suspicious she seems. Robin Newman isn't the kind of guy who pins the blame on friends! Just so he can walk free! Get it over with! Declare me guilty already! Okay, this is getting all sorts of effed up now. Please, wait. Juniper, what are you doing? Thank you for all you've done, Thena. But you'll have to forgive me. I can't let my friends take the blame any longer. Junie, no! Don't do it! You and Robin have done nothing wrong. They have absolutely no connection to this case. The real killer is me. I alone am responsible for the entire crime. What?
Objection!
Junie, you know that's not true! Hurry up and retract your statement! I'm afraid it is true. Forgive me, Thena. Order! Order! Will somebody please explain what's going on here? I see right through your cheap ploy. School rules state that a prior conviction terminates one's eligibility to graduate. A guilty verdict here would make whatever dreams one had go up in a puff of smoke. Oh, I wasn't aware. Even meek little mice fight when cornered. A pitiful spectacle, I might add. These vermin are trying to protect each other now that they've nowhere else to run. Protect each other? Wait, so was Robin just trying to protect Junie too? If so, then the real killer is... Quelle surprise! It's number 3! This whole thing is a joke.
Uh-oh, now it's Hugh's turn.
What is wrong with kids these days? I know what just crossed your mind, Cykes. You think I'm the killer, don't you? Wow, he really is a genius. He even knows what you're thinking. I think it's about time I told you the truth. And I'll even get right to the point. It was me. I did it.
Wait,
What?!
well, both potential suspects are claiming to be the real killer. Ugh, I'm so confused right now.
If you still have doubts, how about I detail my little murder plot? It's absolute genius. Enough of this nonsense. This is a court of law, not the set of some high school drama. I see you have no choice. I'm afraid I'll have to. Hoi! Wait your boldness. I'm sorry, Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm in no position to hand down a verdict just yet. I'm hoping that the defense and prosecution can come up with some airtight evidence. That is why I'm giving you both the rest of the day to continue investigating this case.
Pinch me, I think I'm dreaming.
Fine. Do as you wish. This brings today's proceedings to a close. Court is adjourned.
Jesus H. Christ, what the hell happened?
So after some processing, the defense summarizes that the voice belongs to the victim who was scolding a Connor. We are given a school camera photo when both Robin, Hugh, and Juniper all simultaneously confess to the crime, which forces the case to have additional investigation and another day's trial. Needless to say, hi Nevada, by the way. I do apologize, but I was kind of right in the middle of a very heated moment. I didn't want to acknowledge you, so I do apologize for that. Needless to say, we're at a bit of a heated moment in the battle, but before I go back into investigation mode, well, I hate to be that guy, but I have to take another quick break. And that's mainly because I have an angry panther that I need to go sort out from all my yelling. So, I'm going to be right back. When I return, we'll pick things up on the second half of our little masterclass of Turnabout. And we'll get right to the bottom of this, shall we? Back in a few. Hi. So, had a bit of an update here. Basically from all the screaming and screaming and yowling and shouting during that trial, well, I ended up with a very angry panther who was trying to get into my studio, but of course, he's not allowed in the studio when I'm live because he tends to tear up everything. So he cannot be unsupervised, and obviously when I'm live, my focus is on the live stream, not on anything else. So, with that said, we are officially halfway through this specific case. We are officially on to investigation day 2. We have about 2 or 3 hours left of this stream. And because of breaks and whatnot, I have been given the okay to go for a little bit longer tonight. So this week I'm cleared to go at least until 9 p.m. But if I were to go until 9 p.m. at this stage, depending upon what I've got left in my notes here, and again, this is assuming my notes are good, I will have at least about an hour or 2 left for investigation. About an hour and a half to 2 hours of investigation. One more 5-minute break. I'm going to make it a very short one. And then our second trial goes into a few things. So yeah. I should be able to get everything all done in one episode, or like one session, but of course, I do have a couple things that I would like to talk about before I get right back into it. First of all, regardless if you're chatting with us tonight or not, thanks for hanging on out here at twitch.tv/DanMetroArnold. I am officially rescinding the BRB right now because I'm going to talk for a few quick things and then get right back to our stream. For those that missed it earlier, we had the stylish Threads accolade earned. That is basically in the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy, using any of the costumes, which we'll be using basically Phoenix's classic outfit, which is what you're seeing in the top left of the screen. Like basically, that's Phoenix Wright for this episode. And then I also had Apollo Justice in some street clothes for the day 1 of the investigation, but obviously he's going to be still dressed in his suit for the rest of this case. But Phoenix is going to have his hair slicked back for the rest of this trial. Needless to say, there's also one other accolade that has been brought up, and I'm just going to double check and make sure that I've got everything discussed here. All the accolades for this specific, up through this specific episode, have been completed as best as I can on stream. That means that right now I am on target to a full complete for all 3 games still, if I manage to complete everything in Spirit of Justice, which is my intent. Now then, a couple other things I want to share. This is going to be the second time of 3 times that I get to say this, but my schedule for the next couple weeks is going to be a little scuffed because we are tacking on Wednesday to our schedule list. Tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday, we're going to be finishing up Ace Attorney Dual Destinies and getting that in the bag for game cleaning for this year. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I will be offline. There will be no stream for any of those 3 days. Monday, the 18th, I will be in-house, but there will be no stream for that as well because I will be writing the scripts for parts 14 and 15. So that is my one job for the 18th. Part 14 will be on the 19th. Part 15 will be on the 21st. There will be a short Wednesday stream in the middle, and that is something that I'm really super excited about because I've been looking forward to this for about 10 years. And I will finally get the opportunity to do that with you all live on stream. And that's going to be Wednesday the 20th. It's going to be a little mystery Minecraft stream Wednesday. And if it works out well, my plan is to keep doing that for the Wednesday blocks. So this is going to be a potential item that will be seeded in to my regular schedule. Outside of that, 19th, 20th, 21st, all taken care of. 22nd, I will be offline. 23rd, we will be doing Apollo Justice Trilogy Part 16, which I believe at that point will get us halfway through Spirit of Justice. And for all three of those streams, I have like 6 to 8 hours for all of those as well. And then on the 24th, there's going to be no afternoon stream, but a certain Lord of the Nevada has asked that I do some Among Us alongside the board of directors. So I will be partaking in that. And if I have said anything more than I am supposed to, feel free to interject, Lord Nevada, because I know you're in the chat. Outside of that, I think, yeah, just quick little recap of some of the commands. We have exclamation point goal is in play. Right now we are working towards reaching 50 followers, which will unlock the bonus episode in Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, Turnabout Reclaimed. You can also check the stream below to see where we are towards that active goal, as well as our other incentives during the playthrough of Apollo Justice Trilogy. All of those incentives are going to expire on March 30th. And if any of them have been unlocked, they will be played that first week of April. If they have not been unlocked, there will be no game cleaning streams scheduled for that week. But for DMA Live on April 5th, I will be talking about the new game, and we'll start that on April 6th, Saturday. So yeah. It feels crazy to say that we're already like 2/3 of the way done with this and we're going into a new game. But, I mean, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. With that said, I do have one other announcement, and I'm going to go full chat for this. And that is that if you have not joined the Metro Realm just yet, I do have a community Discord, the Metro Realm. That's the shiny little TMR emblem that you see up at the top corner, as well as behind me during the intermission screen. The Metro Realm community Discord server is now open for access to the public. The access to the server is available for anyone who is interested in joining it via the website, themetrorealm.net/discord. Alternatively, if you would like a link posted in the chat, you can type the command !Discord, and it will be pasted in there for you all. With that said, I appreciate you all for hanging out with me tonight, and to the few of you who have dropped by and said hello. With that said, let's get right back into this, shall we? We start the second part of our investigation, as we always do, on October 25th at the Write Anything Agency. Sorry, boss. I couldn't do it. You know, that little bit of advice you gave me? Worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I don't know exactly what you meant, but there was no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remembered that. But now, how about relaxing a little? Relax? It's not gonna happen! Junie, she asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for their confessions, I'd... But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as a mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? No, I can't lose it all. Not now. You okay, Athena? You're turning kind of pale. I just can't stand around here. I'm gonna finish the investigation. Can't wait! I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out of my magic panties. Thanks, but I better get going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center right away. No, wait. I'm going with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I better go too. No problem. You two be careful. With that, we automatically move to the detention center, where we are greeted by none other than Juniper Woods and... There's so much I need to ask Junie. What happened in court today? Where do we go from here? Alright, this guy. Well now, fancy meeting you here. Oh, Professor Means. What brings you here? I asked him to come. We arrived just a little before you. I wanted to ask him something, but first... Athena... I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me. She was calling me Athena until just now. No, I should be the one apologizing. The whole thing spiraled out of my control. Athena, don't worry, I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove your innocence. About that. Athena, I've been thinking of asking Professor Means to defend me. Huh? I myself only just learned of this a moment ago. Oh. So she thinks Professor Means would be... No! I can't let this happen! Not with the way he wants to do things. Junie! I know, Athena, but will you please hear me out? Athena, do you actually think you or Robin could have committed this crime? The body was moved right before the mock trial. Besides Junie, they're the only ones who could move freely around the campus at that time. I'm sorry, Junie, but at this point I can't rule them out. I was afraid you'd say that. Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all three of their names. Only I am capable of such a feat. But how can you possibly prove all that three of... Oh goodness, I can English tonight. But how can you possibly prove that all three of them are innocent? I'm a result-oriented person. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have the perfect piece of evidence ready. For the end really does justify the means, especially for me, Professor Aristotle Means. Ugh. I really don't like the sound of that. I'm sorry, but just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe that my friends are innocent too. Alright, if that's how you really feel, we'll respect your decision. Apollo! But we want to continue our investigation. Can we ask you some more questions? Sure, I don't mind. Professor Means, would you like to stay and join our conversation? Yes, of course. I'm your lawyer after all. There's that smile again. Does it always creep me out? Alright. Why I changed lawyers changes to why did you confess? About your confession, Junie, it's not true, is it? You just said what you did because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't you? Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was I had to help my friend. You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you're convicted of a crime. No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did it because she's my friend. Why is it discord in her voice again? Could it really be that the friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? There's more here than meets the eye. So when did you three first become friends? Well, even though we were in different courses, we really bonded from the first day at school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about.
There's that proof of friendship thing again. I just wish this were as simple as that.
We have enough proof of our friendship.
Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts. You can't bet we'll be carrying them around. The situation kind of changed recently, when the school's policy shifted to training legal professionals who produce results.
Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course I teach, producing results means winning trials. Professor Court, on the other hand, taught that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, that clash of ideas created a rift among our students.
At some point, we stopped talking about it. While that meant fewer arguments, it also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as we used to be. I think I understand now. By putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. It seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Juniper, thank you for talking to us about that difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder. Junie, you told us yesterday that you went home a little after 6 p.m. Was that a lie? I'm sorry I didn't tell you this before, but what actually happened was I left our room a little after 6 p.m. and I headed over to my dressing room where I worked on my stage costume until 7. That's it? You didn't go anywhere else? No, nowhere else. If that really were it, then there would be no reason to lie in the first place. She's gotta be hiding something else. Junie, do you remember this picture? Yes, but something's wrong here. Wrong? What's wrong? I took this picture around 6 o'clock, which was before I'd left the art room. But the clock here says it's just after 7. By 7 o'clock, I'd already been working in my dressing room for some time. So there's definitely something wrong with the time in this picture. I guess we better go check the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. On the evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into Hugh. Yes, I did. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. And that's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? She suddenly went silent. She always was terrible at hiding things. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6? Alright, I won't press the matter any further. Is there anything else you noticed on the night of the murder? Well, I don't know if this will help, but that evening I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. Around 8:30, huh? That's over an hour after when the crime supposedly took place. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think that after all that hard work, they were finally finished. Oh, right, the statues that Robin made. So they were covered in white sheets. Junie, are you okay? Sorry, I'm a little tired, that's all. Athena, I think this meeting is over. Professor Means?
I will use any means possible to get the result I want in Juniper's case. But it will require considerable preparation, so I must be off.
Hold it!
Junie and Professor Means, I have a proposal. A proposal? Wait, this isn't another one of your crazy... By sundown today... Yes? I, Athena Cykes, along with Apollo Justice... But wait a second, don't drag my name into... We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery! What? And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is.
I see. It has come to this, has it?
If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have we got a deal? I trust that's okay with you, too, Professor Means.
I have no objections, as long as Juniper is satisfied with this arrangement.
But only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Tina. But thank you. I've been thinking only of myself this whole time. Junie, it's way too early to thank me. But you can thank me all you want once I get to the bottom of this.
Very well, I will see you back here at sundown.
Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. It's just, she's new to the agency, so...
Oh, don't be silly. I find it all rather thrilling. Now, let us meet here again later.
If you'll excuse me, I'd better go. Okay, see you later.
But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as a mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain?
Ah, there's no time to be thinking about that. I've got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what.
So I was under the impression that I had a cutscene coming up. Clearly that was not the case, so I do apologize. I do have a note here to check this. So we have go visit Juniper, talk to Juniper, seek the truth behind the murder. And we also have all of the bios for everybody that's technically been involved. Arrow that pierced the victim's side, it's stained with blood. Themis Herald, blah, blah, blah. That picture does seem to be pretty damning evidence. But if we can prove that something was wrong with that clock specifically, then that might give us enough of an opportunity to figure out what we need to do. For now, according to my notes, wary of Means' methods, we propose to investigate and uncover solid evidence, clearing the trio as best as we can. We're given until sundown, so our first big case is heading back to the outdoor stage. Look who we happen to find there, a Miriam Scuttlebutt. Ah! Is it my imagination, or did something just move? Afternoon, you two.
Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking onto campus like this is just slightly suspicious?
I'll have you know I'm continuing my investigation, in the strictest of confidence. I don't want to be caught napping again at tomorrow's trial.
Oh, wrong line! I want to be caught napping again at tomorrow's trial. And that means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend a hand?
I'm not one to refuse a damsel in distress, but you needn't have asked for. I had intended to help from the start.
You're the best, Prosecutor Gavin. Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed lots of stuff yesterday.
So first of all, let's chat with Clavier. Mainly because I like the fact that it's somewhat German, but still enough that it's like he spent enough time here in the quote-unquote United States that his language still comes out as mostly English. You can tell there's some like Achtung, Fräulein, ja, Herr Vorhead. Like he does have some German to him, but it's mostly English. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. The backdrop was the starry sky and the big crescent moon wasn't half bad. We also had some tricks up our sleeves to make the concert really long. Pyrotechnics, a fog machine, big banners, things like that. It would have looked like this. Oh, the plans from yesterday. Well, what's that design on the banner there in the back, black? I know the scales are the school emblem, but what's with the number 6? It looks like it's in serious pain or something. Athena! Ixay on the Ixay! That's the Gavin's logo. Oh, and nice big lag in the hair forehead. Really sweet. Oh, I meant it looks like the number 6 rocking seriously hard. 9 for line. It's a G for Javanese, not a 6. But whatever floats your pretty boat. So where is a banner? I don't see it up anywhere on stage. It was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. It's a pity. We had it specially made from heavyweight high-grade cloth. A missing banner and 2 broken statues. And this was a plenty to be solved, yeah? Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was a Prosecutor Gavin. As you can see here on the statue plans, right here we have the statue of me, and right there we have her like the statue. But little does that matter now, as we both lie in pieces thanks to you. Have forehead.
What did I ever do to you? Actually, this statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try to put it back together? Maybe we'll learn something new.
Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star. Hacked on. That's one uber cool idea. There might even be a song in there somewhere.
Hey, let's do this! Schnell!
Is this an investigation or am I interrupting a German language club social event?
So with that, we can now investigate once again.
And we have various different rocks we need to go collect. They're practically all over. We have 2 over here at the prosecutor's bench. Oops, I need to be reading these lines, shouldn't I?
Found one! A piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride.
Are you saying my pride is as fragile as plaster of Paris? Looks like there are other large pieces scattered about.
Okay, let's find what we can.
White fragment has been added to the court record. Don't worry, that's not permanent.
Found another piece of the statue.
But there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Another fragment has been added to the court record. So we have 2 at the prosecutor's bench. 1... I need to go over to... Oh yeah, I need to go and examine the judge's bench. And there's one up here.
Found another piece of a statue.
But there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Statue itself. There's a big chunk right over there. Found another piece. But there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. And then yet again, more purple fragments. I think that whole dialogue.
This looks like another piece of a statue.
Thanks, Apollo.
That makes 5 pieces in all.
And I think we have all that we're going to find.
Okay, let's get back to where Prosecutor Gavin was shattered.
I think you might want to leave word to that. White fragment has been updated in the court record.
Well, I don't see any other big pieces lying around.
Yeah, let's see if we can put this statue back together.
Alright, Apollo, you can come over here and prosecute Gavin if you could hold this. Magnifico. We got it. We did it! Not bad if I do say so myself. Yeah, but don't you think it's strange? We put the statue back together, but look. What's with all these leftover white pieces? These look like they go together. And this one too. Athena? What do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now. The artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time. A little pop culture reference there. Oh my frost. So, what is it? Aha! It's the goddess of law holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other. That's quite a feat you pulled off there, Fräulein. Phew! I love the feeling you get after you work really hard on something. Oh, no! I know who it was! I meant to ask what it's doing here! I'm not sure, as there's no statue like this in the stage plans. Still, I could swear I've seen a statue somewhere before. That's Lady Justice, also known as Themis, who is a goddess of law. The more we learn, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. At least we're moving in the right direction. Let's keep searching the stage for clues. I've been wondering about something this whole time. You know that pole at the edge of the stage? You mean this? It has a wire that goes off and connects to something somewhere. Oh, well, what do you know? This wire is for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who were here earlier was checking out how it worked. Oh, so that's why the banner looks like it's out of place. The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there. That's the art room over there? As in the scene of the crime? Bingo, Fräulein. It's still crawling with the cops, though. Hey! Anyone in the art room? Oh, it's you people! In justice we trust! Ah! It's Detective Fulbright! In justice we trust! Is that some kind of greeting between you two? Detective Fulbright! Can you lower that banner from there? Of course! Just leave it to me! As much as I hate him and love to hate him, I gotta appreciate the assist. How's that? Phew. I think I kind of want that to be a thumbnail. Just him, just like, hi. Thanks, Detective. In justice we trust. Always glad to help. In justice we trust. So, is that some kind of greeting between you two or not? No, it's not. Well, looks like the banner's down now. Let's go take a look. Here we go. Click the banner. Can we go click the banner? Ooh, I can go click the banner right from the stage. Look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner? Hey, I like that. It goes perfect with unflappable lawyers and unflappable rockers. It's like it was made for this very stage. Oh, look at this. The bottom part is all knotted up. Let me try and unravel it. Jeez, do you really have to? You don't come across an unflappable banner every day. Athena, there are some things that have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in. Hey, a scrap of paper was caught inside. It's blowing away! I got it! Yes! Great catch, huh? Ooh. Looks like some kind of note. What does it say? October Q120. What's that supposed to mean? A test score, maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider that 100 is a perfect score. I don't see how even Hugh can get beyond perfect. Fräulein, shall we inspect Savannah again? None has been unraveled. This is the emblem that's on Ginny's school uniform. Hey, you're right. Wait a sec. It's hard to see against the red material, but look! There's a dark red stain here, just under the emblem. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right, and the art room is where the murder occurred. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? This stain might be from the victim's blood. Uh-oh. Another statue Robin made. It's been smashed to bits. If there were some larger pieces, we might be able to put this one back together too. Yeah, but all I see are itty-bitty ones. I wonder what Mr. Wright would think. If he knew we put Prosecute Gavin's statue back together, but left his like this. Well, we could always come back to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. Oh, rip. I'm curious. This isn't exactly on my notes here, but I'm just gonna do this for funnies. Wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Hands up! I knew it. I know that voice anywhere. Let's just ignore it. I mean, it made its wishes loud and clear. So, this is the future cardboard box technology has afforded us, huh? Sure. I don't know. This is fine for a rock concert, but the nighttime sky has a backdrop for a courtroom? Personally, I think it's breathtaking. I mean, speaking of the truth under a starry sky, don't you think it's romantic, Fräulein? And the waning crescent moon represents a maximum 3-day trial cycle. 3-day trials outdoors? No thanks. If it starts raining, my hair will be ruined. Oh, wow. Can you stop? Got a fan trying to cool me off, but it's making some weird racketing sounds. Both. I honestly have no clue if I missed anything in my notes. So, give me a quick second here while I double check, make sure I got everything here. Ah, right. This statue doesn't look anything like you or Mr. Wright. As a goddess bearing scales and a sword, she is a symbol of fairness and strength. But she and her symbols were shattered along with the statues of you and Mr. Wright. This is a direct challenge to the rules of law. Well, if they want to fight, they've got one. Whoa, take it down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fighting for when we find our culprit. Phew, a whole lot of poking around in such a short time.
Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out. See that middle fence back there? There's just that one segment, so it seems out of place. It looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up. But they were never able to finish on account of the murder. Oh, whoops. It looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up, but they were never able to finish on account of the murder. We should take a look if you think it could be important. Hello? This track looks man-made. Hey, you're right. It looks like it starts from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big money pro wrestler was hiding back there. Well, that was totally random, but we'll never know until we take a look. Looks like something was being dragged through here. And this is where it started. Yeah, but wherever it was, it's long gone. That must have been pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used in setting up the school festival. I guess it wasn't a pro wrestler. Still, this could be something important. Oh, I'd like to agree. I would like to agree indubitably. Well, that's about it for the stage. Right. I think we better search the art room next. I think I'll hang around here for a while. But I'll make sure to tell... But make sure to tell me once you find it, yeah? Find what? Of what else? The governor's banner that disappeared from the stage. You never know. It just might be connected to the case at hand. Really? Or does he just want his banner back? Don't tell me. So, in short, that's... Hmm? Hey! That box! It just took off running! I have a pretty good idea who that is, as I suspect you do too. Come on, we can't afford to have any weird articles written about us. The maintenance area is over in that direction, after that box. From there, we move automatically back to the maintenance area. Miriam? You're liable to get tossed in the garbage truck if you hang around here. You're just an empty box. That's what you do with them. Throw them away. Hey, did you change boxes? I like the new look. What does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams, everything I worked so hard for, gone. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter? Oh yeah, she does have a different box. I just noticed that. Ooh. And damn it, that's in black and white too, so I couldn't take the picture. Shift. Well, come to think of it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme. Scott, despite being technically regulated, never seen the light of day. Cast decided to waste away to a big pile of mushy paper mache. I kind of feel responsible for this, but now's a chance to prod her for information while she's vulnerable. I bet that's what you were just thinking. What kind of person do you think I am? You read me like a book. That was you on the stage earlier, wasn't it? Why did you run off like that? Take a look at this. Why are you showing me burn up old rag? Wait. It's really hard to see, but I think that's the Gavanier's logo there. Whoop. Goodness. So, is this the banner that disappeared? It's all burned up. So don't look at me. I just happened to find an incinerator. Incinerator? Did Blackwell actually make good on his threat to burn her box? We should probably try to figure out whether someone tried to destroy us on purpose.
Yeah, this banner is sounding less and less unrelated to our case, Apollo.
The bird fragments have been added to the court record.
Miriam?
I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure as a reporter.
Too late. I decided journalism isn't for me. Last step is to erase all of the photos on my PC. I'm really going to do it. Here goes! 5%, 10%. It's my life down the drain!
Shouldn't we stop her, Athena?
Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper! I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it? Oh. No! My photos! Stop! Cancel! Abort! Did you stop it in time? Deletion progress. 99% complete. There are only 2 pictures left.
What are you going to do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right.
I know.
Don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all of our hearts. Athena, that was cringeworthy. Yeah. Not as cringeworthy, but it was like, yeah. I'd give it like a 2 out of 10 on the cringe scale.
Hey, Miriam, check this out. You took some amazing photos of the 3 of them. I'm sure they really appreciated it. Obviously, I'm an Ace member of the newspaper club. The only member, in fact. I know this won't make up for the photos you lost, but here are your newspapers back.
So the Themis Herald and the Themis Herald Extra have been returned to Miriam.
There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those 3 for as long as I live.
Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Jennifer, Hugh, and Robin?
Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just they were so close ever since their freshman year. So, well...
Athena, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah, I think that's the only explanation. Wait a second. You're not thinking what I think you're thinking.
Objection!
That's exactly what he's thinking, Miriam. You went in on their little trio.
Cack! Cack, cack! Cack, cack, cack! How could you possibly know that?
Damn it, I didn't have my finger on the damn button again. That's one abused laptop.
Cack, cack, cack! My laptop won't turn on. I never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years.
Now I really feel bad. Oh, I know! Miriam, we have a laptop at the office. We'd be happy to lend it to you.
Huh? You have a laptop I could use?
Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Junie, Hugh, and Robin if you could hang out with them.
What? Like I could never do that.
Sorry, but that's the deal if you want to borrow our laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. You're like good cop, bad cop all rolled into one.
Cack, 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 cack. Fine, I'll do it. If that's all you want. Hey!
I'll be by later to help to bring you the laptop.
Wait. It's not like I owe you anything, but here.
Thanks. Oh, it's a set of pictures. Looks like they're setting up the stage.
Yeah, I took them when they were putting the stage's backdrop into place.
Wow, you should have an eye for photography. From what I can make out anyway.
These are the last 2 photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours.
The stage setup photos have been added to the court record.
Well, see you around, scary lawyer lady.
That was really impressive, Athena. So what's next?
Well, I like to talk to Hugh or Robin if possible. Okay, let's walk around and see if we can find them. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure I know exactly where they are. For starters, Hugh is over in the first floor hallway. Hey, that's you over there. Hugh, we wanted a word with you, if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Wright, then sure. But you two? Nah. I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easy. After all, you're possible suspects, plus you actually confessed in court. Whatever. So, what do you want from me? But make it brief. I don't have a lot of time. And I assume you don't either. About your confession today. You weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I had no choice thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. Well, so you were really prepared to take the blame for this? Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out. Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end. Or, as we say around here, the end justifies the means. Ugh. Actually, I do believe the voice is shouting Hugh O'Connor. Juniper's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer. But if Robin or I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning. Or have I overestimated you? You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. But Hugh and Robin's confessions really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is gonna take some serious thinking on my part. Sure like Prosecutor Blackwell was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you? I have no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hold! I'm not through with you yet. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, and we might discuss you-know-what. No, wait! One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's all that about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you think I open up to you? So he's not denying it. That secret might be causing the discord in his voice. But then again, we have the same problem with Junie and Robin. You're just wasting your time and mine. Next question. About that meeting with Professor Court on the 23rd, why did she want to see you? I have no intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can. Ugh, Professor Mean strikes again. And again, Hugh is in the lawyer course. But didn't Professor Court used to say that the only good result is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth? The truth. How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter. No, you're wrong! I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. It's the only way to honor Junie's wishes and Professor Court's memory. I see. Very well, Miss Cykes. I'll testify tomorrow about that truth you're so interested in. Hugh... But... Don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it. Understand? What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends. Yes, we were. Until just recently, actually. Were? I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you.
I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Just as I have my secrets, she has a side you've never seen. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. What are you saying? This conversation is over. I said I don't have a lot of time, and I meant it. Hugh, wait! He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore? Why would he say that? Well, that didn't go so well. I guess we'll just have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you say we head over to the art room? It might be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation. Alright, we don't really have much time left anyway. So with that, we automatically move to the art room, which is now open for investigation. October 25th, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor, art room. Ha ha ha! Why, if it is my little lawyer friends again. Thanks again for lowering that school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. Right. So this art room was where the murder actually occurred. That's right. You can see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area roped off in the middle of the room marks the spot. The police investigation is done, so if you want to look around, knock yourselves out.
Find anything new, Detective Fulbright?
Good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet.
He sure is confident for having found nothing.
But if we're talking outside of the art room, there has been a major breakthrough.
Oh dear! Unless I find out what that is, I don't know what I shall do.
No need for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one.
Wow! You saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed.
Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You want to know? You really want to know? You really...
Come on, just tell us already!
Oh, you're no fun. Anywho, we got the results of the voice print analysis back.
Voice print? You mean for this tape recorder?
Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, beyond a shadow of a doubt. You see right here? They analyzed the voice on the tape inside and out.
Frost! Anyway.
And you thought the voice on the tape was saying Hugh O'Connor. But thanks for the good laugh, Miss Cykes.
Ah! The last person I want laughing at me.
So now there's evidence of Juniper shouting "You're a goner" around the time of death.
If we were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout that in the first place.
So, before we go into examining the art room, I do have a specific note here to look up the details for this specific voice analysis. Does the voice shouting "You're a goner" belong to Juniper Woods? The voice is a perfect match. Note 1. Testing is underway regarding signs of a post-recording editing. The tape has about 10 minutes, 35 seconds of noise requiring further testing. That's interesting to say, but you know. I think... yeah. Alright. Hey, it's gone! Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo?
You're right. I wonder where it is. Robin's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on this.
So obviously the table on the right. This is the wire that Bobby Fulbright used.
some wire and a winch. So this is how they reel the banners in and out. There's a nice view of the stage from here. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So it really wasn't you, Apollo? Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. Ugh! Never play my name unless we catch the real culprit. Got a little winch, a little book on the ground. Mock trial script on the floor, nearby an envelope marked use. I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here. By Miriam Scuttlebutt. The title is Road at Mar, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I wouldn't take part in that mock trial if she begged me. It says there are special rules allowing the payment of bribes while court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring it up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence. It also says, welcome to the darkest mock trial ever, where the end justifies the means. The prosecution claims this is the script that was supposed to have been used. But the scripts were selected by Professor Cord, considering how much she valued the truth. I seriously doubt she'd pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. Wow, you have that title memorized already? Have that, and pottery beneath the window, which is over here. Look, a piece of pottery. Looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. And I bet it won't last long, not with the way she deals with her own work anyway. Yeah, it seems like such a waste. I mean, this one already has some color on it. It looks just like bloodstains the way the glaze was dribbled on it. Just like bloodstains? In justice we trust! That does look like bloodstains. We better examine that at once. I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of a room where the big bloodstain is, and then brought over here, at which point some of her blood dripped onto these pieces. That means the body very well could have been dropped from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then a ball cart was used to move it over to the stage. The maintenance area is below this room, and the storehouse there has a mat and a ball cart. So, even the moving of the body was carried out just like in the script. The killer sure had a thing for Ginny's script. Well, what did you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in court. Nothing else to note, but there's also a couple paintings here with some worthy dialogue that I will also include. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. Let's see, Cord. Wow, Professor Cord must have painted this. So is this what they consider art? I really don't get it. I swear I've seen this girl before. There's an air of fragility around here. And those pain-inducing eyes? What is this again? The name's on the tip of my tongue. Who indeed? But there's also another painting here. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. Mara Newman. Wow, Robin must have painted this. Is this Juniper? The clothes are different, but... Oh, look! There's a piece of paper stuck to the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacks Professor Cord's artistry. Must keep practicing. Robin. Huh. I think this is plenty good myself. I wonder what it would have looked like if Professor Cord had painted Juniper. I bet it would have been really artistic looking. For context, it's literally those two. That's literally it. But I think... the clock that created a major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look.
Don't waste your time. I've checked it, and it's 100% accurate.
You sure? How did you check it?
Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch. See?
Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped?
It has? This is unacceptable.
We obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by a whole hour. Well, Detective?
But
This clock must have also been an hour ahead when this photo was taken. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Prosecutor Blackwell won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face.
well, wait just a minute. The clock is an hour ahead right now, sure. But what proof do you have that it was running ahead on the day of the crime?
That's a good question. Wait, I think I just might have something. Detective Fulbright, you would agree that there is a moon outside this window, right?
Sure, a nice crescent one. Like something out of a picture book.
But if you look at the window in the back with a winch attached to it, you'll see that the only view to be had at the opposite side of the school building.
Oh, then what's this moon doing here?
I wonder. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you?
That's right. But I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday.
The black drop of the starry sky and the big crescent moon isn't half bad. Isn't this the same as the one painted on the stage backdrop? The proof's right here, Detective. This shows it was 6 p.m. when the photo was taken.
Take that!
I know what this moon really is. And if you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where the moon in the photo came from and the truth of Janie's testimony.
What? Where? Where does it show that?
If you look right here, it will all become crystal clear.
Take that!
They were still prepping the stage, so its backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. That's a big board hanging here. The size matches too.
But there's no picture. That's a crucial detail.
It is, but I believe what we're seeing in this photo is the back of the board.
The back of the...
That's right! And at around 6 p.m. when this was taken, a photo of that same board was being taken from the front.
What do you mean from the front? The front is against the wall.
That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how we said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a good look.
Are you suggesting the moon is the one on the backdrop?
Exactly! In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And as you can see here, it was around 6 p.m. when the backdrop was being set in place. So the art room clock was running fast, at least as far back as the day of the murder.
How can I ever face Prosecutor Blackwell now?
Yes, I just blew a hole in a piece of prosecution's evidence. Well, I think we've examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Prosecutor Blackwell happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial?
In justice we trust. No use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock had been on an hour fast, means we're back to square one concerning the suspect's actions that day.
I wonder what the main argument will be about now.
How the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackwell's got his own plans.
Oh? Does he now? Detective Fulbright.
Try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation.
No, I wasn't going to ask about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin.
Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman? She was just here a moment ago. And she mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall.
Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go.
We do have the choice of going to the lecture hall. But you know what I'm going to do first before I do that? I'm going to take some water. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So with that sip of water and my voice somewhat cleared, we now move to Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor lecture hall.
There she is! Robin! Hey, Robin! Oh, Athena, Apollo!
What are you watching there?
Oh, it's just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. Had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but it justifies the means, right?
Here it is again. Professor Means sure has a lot of influence around here.
Care to look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me?
Sounds great, but do you mind if I ask you some questions first?
Sure, I'll tell you anything you W-A-N-T.
So, why is it that you confessed?
It's about your confession today. Why did you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible.
Right. The end justifies the means. So you're a follower of Professor Means, too.
Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Court. I like them B-O-T-H.
She brushed that one off like a pro.
But with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law.
Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case.
What? Why? I want to be an artist! That's what I really want, man! No, my parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor.
But if the trial went south, you'd have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Talk about someone who literally changes at the bat of an eyelash. Well, I guess she's been dealing with her own problems, too. That totally makes sense.
Yeah, I suppose so, but that doesn't make what she did right.
Could you tell us about what you were doing at the night of the murder?
Finishing a statue. I was on stage until the last bell.
That's right. You made the statues of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did. Both of them.
This is just formality, but can you prove that you were making the statues at the time?
Can't I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant.
You and Robin were still at school after 7 p.m., but neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. Could one of them really have murdered Professor Court?
Have there been any problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. I discussed it out of Professor Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know it was really a girl. And just today I found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf.
Wow, they must really like you.
I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this, and this by any means possible. What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Oh, don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please, pretty please.
Stage costume-related evidence was taken in classic and justifies the means style.
Oh, darn it. Anyway, thanks again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out.
For the snitch? That sounds like a new lead.
rumor going around that one of the new students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do. Our activities, our relationships, our interests. And reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, I heard it's to seek out misconduct among the student body. Rumor has it grades were being brought and sold to the surveillance network. That's bravery! The situation in Themis Legal Academy is worse than I thought. Well, all of this is important stuff. I still want to ask about the thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about, though. Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what it is? What? Whoa! Look at the unique artistic sense! That has to be one of Professor Court's creations, man! Professor Court's artistic sense? Professor Court's artistic sense. That's a tough one. I'd say it's avant-garde and very electric. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Professor Court's works, wasn't it? The statue in the photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Professor Court had planned on placing it on the judge's bench at the lecture hall. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. She said she'd take it back to art room and try to fix it somehow. So, this is a statue in its proper state? You bet! Just look at that wild silhouette! Wow, it's so CUTE! I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? It's abstract. Athena, the Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage. Oh, right! I didn't realize before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed, maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in the photo. But what was it doing on the stage? And, of course, we make a note of that as Lady Justice gets updated in the court record. Well, I think that covers it. Okay, then how about watching the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. So how do you want to watch it? All classroom desks at the school have their own built-in computer, you know. Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor's pre-trial speech. I'd like to start by thanking you for coming here today. That sounds like Professor Means. Mock trial, the crowd event at the school festival will begin shortly. Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of a stage. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. How come teacher's speeches always make me so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of his speech. Now, let the mock trial begin. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Judy so large in his shot? Looks to me like she cut right in front of the camera. Jennifer was also in charge of the audio. Even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself. She had to do it to keep the script detail secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with music. Ooh, so this is what the lecture hall looks like. Looks like there's a judge's bench back by the screen and a witness stand up front. What about those balconies with the professors' names on them? Those are the faculty seats. Professor Means and Professor Court were in charge of scoring the mock trial. And with that, the lecture hall diagram has been added to the court record. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. La, 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 la. And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty! That was me! Could you tell? Objection! A frail Cohen using her bare hands to stab the professor with an arrow? I don't think so. You read that line in a mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Cut me some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's gonna speak next. Didn't do it. I had something to break down and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted you're a goner, but I didn't mean... Wow, what an emotional performance. She'd put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted you're a goner, but I didn't mean it. Stop! Did you hear that? I think you're onto something. Let's play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. Time to show Robin a piece of evidence that links the line we just heard to the case.
Take that!
I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a goner. The voice and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but if the voice on this tape is really a recording, one made from a mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. We didn't get to do a voice analysis time before today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. And if the real killer had foreseen that gender would become the key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself and making the suspect female. Basically, the only one with something to gain from this is our sole male suspect. Wait a second. Oh, way! Professor means credo is the end justifies the means. So it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get that tape analyzed as soon as possible. And with that, the tape recorder was updated in the court record. Allow me to assist you with that. Prosecutor Gavin! At least make some kind of noise so we know you're there. If it's no big or go home, this rockstar entrance is filler. The timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that will be alright. Very much so. Thanks. Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it about time we head over to the detention center? I think Ginny will agree that this is something that we could prove our innocence, but will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this was what I'd find. Alrighty. We move back to the detention center visiting room and continue our conversation with Juniper Woods. And that about covers the main gist of our investigation.
I see. Very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today.
Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. Well, my time's about up, and it'll be getting dark soon, so... Junie! You must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No! Wait! You have to listen to me! I don't want to hear any more. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promised. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. If we succeed in doing that,
I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear.
Okay, but only if it's the real truth.
So please, just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And in the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your line from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same. And the only one who would benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right then as well, wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious?
Seemed too well, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. He was a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble.
Wait, Athena. My bracelet reacted just now.
It did? But why?
Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said?
Oh, none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. He was a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble.
Now I'm sure of it. She isn't lying.
Gotcha!
Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. You can't hide it from me no matter how hard you try. When you said it never causes trouble, the cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, I believe it's because you were lying.
Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? And I believe that also ties into a secret about yourself. A secret? About me? I don't understand.
I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore.
What? Why?
Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is.
He ended their friendship after he found out about Junie's secret, which means he must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her...
You're Professor Court's snitch, weren't you?
And there's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do. Our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. And while fulfilling that role, you learned something about Hugh you'd rather forget. I don't know what you're talking about.
Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Looks like we're gonna have to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence and see if I can't prove my hypothesis. I must have something that proves Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connection to the case already ahead of you.
Take that!
Right here in Professor Court's planner, it says routine report. I believe this is meant to mean when the snitch would report in to Professor Court. I also believe Professor Court planned to meet Hugh in private based on the snitch's info. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put two and two together and figured out your secret. So you see, It all makes sense only if you're the snitch, Junie. Forgive me, Thena. I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected you from the start. You did? Well, this is surprising. I'm so sorry. We've talked about friendship so much, but I've been a terrible friend. Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does, but I don't need to sense the pain you're feeling inside. And its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. Am I right? Oh. Please, Ginny, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. What exactly was your role as class snitch? Professor Court had told me how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. Dark age of the law, huh? She didn't want any more of her students going astray like that. But few others at the Academy shared her view. I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic. She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she? I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I had seen or heard about. And that report session in her planner, the one from October 22nd, was a part of that? Yes. That's when I reported Hugh to Professor Court. She snitched on her own friend. I had accidentally overheard Hugh talking. What did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents. What were they talking about? Something about having paid money for good test scores. I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery! He was buying his way through school. And if that's the case, then that evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be about his secret.
Take that!
We found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got Hugh's name on it. I didn't know what the number meant at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes, it must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. What's more, take a look at this mark. That's the same mark on the pages of Professor Court's planner. Hey, you're right! Wait, but why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was... It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Professor Court. But... That is impossible. She'd be the last person I'd ever suspect of accepting bribes. Like I said, it's just a possibility, but a rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to deal with the possibility of the bribery being exposed. And what started out as a little argument soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anybody would have suspected Hugh if they knew what you knew. No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason why I suspected Hugh. You've got to be kidding me. There's another reason? Wait. I saw Hugh around 7 o'clock the day before the mock trial. Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his... Oh. Dana! Junie, are you alright? Just try to relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did. But I'll have to live with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands... His hands were dripping with blood.
His hands were dripping with blood. I tried my best, but you know.
What? But why?
What am I going to do? Down, I know Hugh can't be the killer. But my mind keeps telling me he is. So no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. What am I gonna do? He's... I can't take this anymore. Tina. So she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Jeannie, it must have been terrible holding all that in. But it's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. And that's my promise from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow. If that's okay with you, Professor Means. My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I will be watching from the gallery, and shall look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you would excuse me. Ina, I'm sorry. I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. Don't worry. We already know that the prosecution's key piece of evidence is a fake. And thanks to you, we figured out the motive too. Let's give this our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I wouldn't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Well, whatever the case. Still, there's a strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I'd better be imagining it. The time to turnabout is nearly upon us, just like this break, which we so overwhelmingly deserve. This is it, the final break for this session, and this stream has been a long boy, but we're gonna bear and grin it because we've got literally half an hour left, and I was told that I was allowed to extend it by just a little bit. So, we are at 5 minutes and 20, or 5 hours, 20 minutes right now. And we're going to take our final break. When we come back, the conclusion and our time to turnabout. Well, our time to turnabout for Themis Legal Academy. Back in a few, everybody. We are now just over 5.5 hours into the stream, and looking at all of my notes here for the second day, we have a lot of stuff to cover, to say the least. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7-ish, 8-ish parts. But as you guys know, this part is going to be the longest part because I also have a huge little essay to read off at the end of this. So before we get to that, let's do one last shout out and run through of my general notes. Obviously, this is a part where I would go through and read off all of the alerts that I would have if I do have any. But regardless if you can chat with us or not tonight, thank you very much for dropping on by here at twitch.tv/DMHArnold. I do have a special offer for those that are hiding in the chat. If you would like a free Lurkers shout-out once per stream, you can come on in and type !lurk in the chat, and I'll give you an audible thanks just for dropping on by. We are also getting the VODs channel ready to roll this week. For those that are watching us live, we do also have a VODs channel where all of our streams are going to be put up onto YouTube, and they will be replayed over there. If you're watching us over there, I do want to thank you very much as well for following us there on DMA Live Replayed. Live shows are going to be Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and select Sundays, starting at usually around 3 p.m. at U.S. Central Standard Time. Speaking of the schedule, our streams scheduled for the next couple weeks are as follows. Tomorrow, we're actually going to be live doing another chapter of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I will have a stringent 8-hour cap, I will have a stringent 6-hour cap tonight or tomorrow, as we're going to try to get as much as we can through the Cosmic Turnabout, but whatever we don't finish that night, we will carry over into the next stream as well, because the next stream is the finale of Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, and that will be on Thursday, the 14th. That will be it. We're going to just play through the rest of the game, get everything out of the way, and then that will be all of the main episodes, minus the bonus episode that is still available. Then, when I come back from my break, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I am out of office. 18th, I am in office, but I'm not going to be streaming that day. The 19th, 20th, and 21st will all have streams as well. 19th and 21st, we'll be starting Spirit of Justice for the first 2 streams of that. And then we'll be doing a mystery stream of Minecraft-esque on Wednesday the 20th. Then Friday the 22nd, there is nothing going on. Saturday the 23rd, we are back in-house doing the 3rd part of Spirit of Justice, bring us halfway. And then the 24th, we'll have a short little stream with the board of directors, and that'll be it. That's the only stream that is going to be late for the next couple weeks, and that will be at 6 p.m. Central. And then after that, the following, of course, we'll be finishing off, but I will talk to you more about that later on next week. For now, let's get right back into this, shall we? October 26th, 9:45 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Were you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept for a grand total of 0 hours. Athena. Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on the real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back, and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording is a fabrication. The tape recorder has been updated in the court record. Okay. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Who is there? Wait. Did you see who it was? No, I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw our hand. I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. And I bet Robin and Boxkill were listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Okay, that's all. All that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini chords of steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Cykes and I'm fine. And I'm DMA and I'm fine. Let's get into this. October 26th, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court. Courtroom number 4. Well, it's going to blow up next episode. Sorry. Getting ahead of myself there. Court is now in session. All rise. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The Cykes Brigade is totally psyched. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready as well. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwell? So what? Oh, shoot. Hey guys, guess what I have to do? Guess what I forgot to do? I forgot to unmute the game. So now I gotta redo that whole song and dance again. Sorry. I knew I forgot something. October 26th, 9:45 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Were you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept. A grand total of 0 hours. Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on the real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back, and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. The tape recorder has been updated in the court record. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Who's there? Wait. Did you see who it was? No, I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw a hand. Well, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Boxkill were listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift for you. Okay. All that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for mini chords of steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Cykes and I'm fine. And I'm DMA and I'm fine. And now I've finally got that properly done. October 26th, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. And I smacked my microphone in the process of getting my headset properly positioned because we're ready to rumble. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The Cykes Brigade is totally psyched. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready as well. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwell? Again, does someone want to poke him? Anybody? No? Okay. Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected yet necessary. But I will be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody. Understood? Your boldness, Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later, I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury. Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak.
Ouch. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all of his body parts intact.
But if that's the case, then what will be... The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from the art room to stage. And I need to prove it here this day.
It's just like Detective Fulbright said. But what else does he have up his sleeve?
My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place in the center of the art room as evidenced by the bloodstain. Blood was also found on some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over to that very window. From there it was dropped down to the maintenance area below, and though there were nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage.
That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as a script. Anyone can move the body that way.
Objection!
Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either.
Well, you...
Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth. Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugh O'Connor, I'm a senior at Themis Legal Academy, and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday I told that lawyer there that I would testify to the truth. So, I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Cykes?
What's he up to now?
The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now, your testimony, if you please. Of course. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching here from the vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Cykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client.
Ugh! You're a snappy comeback when I need one. He's coming straight at us today, using any means possible.
To protect the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse.
Our client is a student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they'd used it?
Objection!
Oh, there is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body.
Arrgh! It sucks being the last to know everything.
I think I get it now.
The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat.
the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped, it would be hard to deny a possible link to this case.
We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm going to turn your arrogant perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure. Oh, we can do better that. We can do just that. The lecture hall was packed. We saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. Wait a minute. Though okay, so here's my immediate logic here. And I'm breaking out the zoom. That wall was there. So the only vantage point that you could have possibly seen was actually there from the crane. But busted. So, you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area. Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows a student setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here?
Why, yes. In fact, there were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest.
Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is our purpose. Now, let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop.
Oh my, but the screen would have been completely in the way.
That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Ouch!
Order! Order! Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court?
Screen. Right.
Must have slipped my mind.
What? Are you telling me you, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally big as that?
Well, there are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have,
And a genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. Let's just admit that it was a normal, everyday brain fart already.
Will the witness now please restate what he remembers minus the lapses of memory?
That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen.
Objection!
You were testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind this court that the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would also have to be in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Ouch! Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
All right, golden boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest.
The truth? What truth?
The fact that Golden Boy here was where he initially stated. And that is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage.
Objection!
But then the screen would have blocked his view of...
Objection!
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Athena, look at this photo again. Do you think... something on the other side of the screen? Something high enough to see the stage? No way! This crane right here? But I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither. But it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. Hold it! That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackhole. Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. Ugh. What's all this about a promise? Is this about whatever Blackhole's using against him? What's it got to do with going into the crane? The Golden Boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator in the school grounds. What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? Objection! The witness... I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane.
Hold it!
Actually, just might be something that proves you did. What? If this whole part-time job thing is true, I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You're probably working at the same site on the previous day, too. Is this what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep. As the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor. Are you serious? This is ridiculous! Very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains. The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light. That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that? The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% sure, but it's at least worth a try. You can clearly identify the person in this photo as a witness by examining the figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck. Why, yes, you can see right there. But then, are you saying you mean to... Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination. No, not a chance! It would be blatant violation of my privacy! You're a disgrace of a man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off. Yeah, what's a big deal? Now let's see your neck! Guess I have no choice. Oh my! So, where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask? I didn't buy it. It's handmade. And there's only one like it in the world. Well, it sure looks like the neckband is in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed? You're one irritating lady. Fine. I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment's no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. but I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. But when you factor in all of the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? Oh, about that. You see, I'm a genius, so, you know...
Objection!
Let's dispense with this inane charade. Hold it! No, Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't! High school seniors are 19 at most. Thus, they fail to complete the requirements. But that does not apply to you, does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? No, don't, please! Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school. What? Wait, come again? Then take again at the official school enrollment documentation. It is all right there. Dag! Ouch! 25? You mean he's older than me? 25-year-old in a high school? What the fuck? 7-year break. 7 years. I have just one thing to say. There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you math breathers take, and the genius kind people like me take.
Objection!
But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena. Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happen to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only you could get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further. Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as in the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade this? Ugh. As long as a mat was used to move the body, Chuni's going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was you doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor! Yes, Miss Cykes. I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. The conjecture has never stopped us before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane. The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script too. At least that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. You sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter, save that this does not bode well for you. Wait, he's on my side this time? Or is this another trap? Watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity. I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court look at this. Oh. Please tell me that's a ketchup stain. You wish. My hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I've already verified this with a hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So, how did you hurt it? I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery, such as a crane. Ago, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane.
Now I'm the fool!
I had planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, then I got injured. Wanting to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead.
This was a big break we've been waiting for.
Now that the defense of Themis is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim. The body was dropped out of the 3rd floor window to a mat near the maintenance area. And then a bowl cart was used to move it to the stage. You see, I have been paying attention. Well done, your bonus. Now consider this. The accused was silent dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. Well, I think you were on the right track, Athena.
You do?
Yeah, Juniper remains a prime suspect if we assume the body was moved per script. So as a defense, we have to figure out how else the body could have moved. But, so you tell me to think of another way besides the crane? Miss Cykes, if you have a counter-argument, this court would love to hear it. And if you do not, it is a time for the verdict. Isn't that correct, your boldness?
Objection!
No, not yet.
All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like that. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right? Well, that would show that Matt had nothing to do with this case. There's a sort of great renown that cuts down simplistic lawyers. Its name is evidence.
You don't scare me.
Force a smile, Athena. You can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on the body, but just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly.
Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Someone could have easily used that thing.
Oh, yes, of course. Miss Cykes, the court would like to see what you have for us. All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of a possibility. Thankfully, we've got just that. The mat and the ball cart were not used to move the body. What we believe was used was this.
Take that!
The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackwell. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair. This wasn't some kind of high-wire act. The body surely would have fallen. Yet there were no signs of blood trauma.
Objection!
Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackwell.
You didn't actually think I failed to account for that? I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one would have carried? Well, go on. Please explain. The body was bundled into the pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a mat. I've heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying?
Objection!
I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing that absurd high-wire act. If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it. I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the artwork pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have been near the window above the cloth, or the wench. However, the blood-stained pottery was next to the window above the main area. Ergo, the wire banner had not at all to do with this case. Oh, haha, the blood-stained pottery. I remember that. This doesn't look good. Back to the map theory if you don't do something. Well, Miss Cykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act. My wire theory is true, and that blood on the pottery must not have been... Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from? Shame on you, such stuff. Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Taka. Fulbright. Looks like they didn't check it. Ha! Don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackwell. Everyone makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run. True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Your baldness, I demand that this blood on the pottery be analyzed this instant. Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back. I believe Taka might come in with the results. Here they are. Oh my, that was quick. For history, if it turns out to be the victim's blood. Please, please let it be someone else's. It seems the blood was not from the victim. What? And furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor. Score! Don't worry, Junie. Just try to relax. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Junie saw his blood-stained hand as they passed each other the first floor hallway. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
There's but one way now to turn aside her blame, but do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is with Cykes, Dummy. It is she who forces me to expose your secret. Fine, whatever. Wow, how much dirt does he have on Hugh? The court will observe this odd-looking It was inside this that Miriam's scuttlebutt script was found. scuttlebutts? But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. You see, the Golden Boy had hidden this from us all. Let's see here. My word! Talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed. You can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Court.
You really want to see my scripts that bad? Well, you better watch out. You read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Yikes. I wasn't kidding when she said that.
The blood on the blade is the witnesses. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness.
Ouch! This guy is the worst genius I've ever seen.
Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. You've still got the wire theory.
Yeah, I got it.
Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there is no longer any basis for denying the body was moved through using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that. Hold it! You call yourself a lawyer? Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? Huh? The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out. And you. How can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? Whatever. It seems you've forgotten the two statues on stage directly below the wire. A body said sliding down that wire would have crashed into them. Care to explain that away? Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together. So the body would have collided with the statues.
What if they did collide?
Wait, that's it!
Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken.
But if we assume the body crashed into them,
that would also explain the loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room.
oh, now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went out on the stage after you heard the sound, correct?
Objection!
Interesting. How very interesting. But may I ask just one question? When was it that you heard said sound?
It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears in the waiting room when... Ah!
Precisely. If that sound you heard did happen while the body was being moved, that would place it during the mock trial.
Ugh. Which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started.
You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body.
So you saw the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. Get me in our case killed.
The focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection!
Both sides are still lacking controvertible evidence. So, should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? A good point.
Ah! Prosecutor Blackwell is on our side. Everybody's figured out the truth behind this case. Oh, great. As long as he's not up to something else. The statues really were broken when the body hit them, and statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look at me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before, before the mock trial, the body was, you know... I shall only say this once going forward. You had best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if you have any wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes! Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? What? I never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that since this whole time. I'm sorry. Yes! I'm supposed to use big lie for what it is. Why would he lie about this to begin with? Order! The base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now at least we know the body was moved using the wire and school banner. Indeed. That much I shall concede, Cykes Donald. The body was moved, as you stated, in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied, then? If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our three suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story. Right. All three suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection!
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio? Oh no, how can I forget? It was... Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Judy so large in the shot? Juniper was also in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Indeed, one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio. No! Well, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Q's crime, it shoots in even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. Here I thought Prosecutor Blackwell was on our side, at least on this issue. Twisted Samurai strikes again. Twisted? It's more like dirty rotten. Your baldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case, but the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Cykes? Apollo, what are we going to do? I've got nothing left. Nothing, nada, niente. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Ugh. Poor Junie. Unless we figure out something, she'll be... Objection! Objection! Well, I object to... Hold it! Stop right there. All yours to me.
It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. Listen and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Perfect? Crime?
Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday?
Yes, we did. So it better not be another one of his veering, raging traps. The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead. Arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order! Order, I say! Mr. O'Connor! You already confessed yesterday, then earlier today recanted your confession. If mouth readers can comprehend my genius, the end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection!
Enough. The only thing maddening is ignominy you bear for all to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. There is no perfect crime, only perfect alibi. It is you who have the mock trial. And it is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act. This isn't the least bit shaken by Blackwood's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling that a perfect alibi is beyond intent. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. You won't believe this, but he used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. And that means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does this witness's testimony make no sense at all? No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird. Especially the whole thing about a body double. Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution? Your baldness. Summon an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict. Hold it! You people don't believe me? It's not a matter of believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back. Objection! Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this?
Objection!
Widget's not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies.
Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try?
Well, it's against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session.
Your better judgment? I am a judge, and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections. Prosecutor Blackwell? The prosecutor said rubbish. We will be out on a stroll. Then left with Detective Fulbright.
How does he get away with stuff like that?
And then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. Alright, Miss Cykes, you may proceed with your therapy session.
I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake.
Alrighty. And yet again, Moon Matrix comes up. So again, this is going to be another multi-stage. Uh-oh. Basically, everything is going haywire, and the only thing that makes sense is he's going extremely haywire because of Juniper.
Got it!
So, Mr. O'Connor, you said yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. His secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only, the truth.
Objection!
Mr. O'Connor, you felt great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that it overshadowed all of your other emotions. What are you... I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you're confused, when you confessed. So, Hugh really was trying to protect Juniper. Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. We only lost a little bit of discord there. That means his confession is... We finally figured out the obvious, have we? White prosecutor Blackwell, you're black. You're back. The confession was none but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it. Here, Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice. But first, let me update his testimony. Every other statement, there is happiness, with the exception of this one statement right here.
Got it!
I didn't almost lose, you say. Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time, except during this statement. Okay. You don't know when to give up. Wait, now that I think about it. No, don't stop making stuff up. When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. And that's when I moved the body. I then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. And naturally I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. I figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Cykes don't know how much longer we will indulge in this charade. While it's true that none of the audience might see him go through either of those doors, the faculty seats on the balconies are a different story and have a splendid view. I think you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side of him, facing the front of the hall. I use the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone on the left balcony seat. But that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Port, and as we all know, she was already dead by now. That can't be right. Nope. Empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence.
Take that!
I have no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. You said the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really? I saw with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during his pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat, addressing the students and faculty. No! This can't be right. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me! It doesn't seem like he is lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time, don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants my repeat, considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. The second floor was deserted. Don't you believe me? It's true, I tell you. I went out through the back door without anyone noticing. All I had to do was go through the empty audio control room. It leads into the hallway, so I was perfectly capable of moving the body.
Got it!
I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Mr. O'Connor, it's you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad. Ugh! You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? Nope. But I will bump buttons trying to put down a controller so I can stand up. I'll probably take care of my seat again. There we go. We are... Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm technically overtime right now. But I am literally so close to finishing this, I'm just going to bum rush through it tonight. So, here goes. You said that you went through the empty audio control room, but that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. And that someone who was in the audio control room was...
Take that!
I know you realized there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room was really empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Mr. Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. The end justifies the means. Your only choice is to fight back with lies. Out in this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him release his false testimony? I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackwell. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you never asked. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed for verdict. Yeah! He broke out of his shackles again! I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center. You will, Connor. Get first with them. I will limit your suffering with one.
Hold it!
Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence.
Do not come between us, irons. Eek! What about this in law school? Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time? Very well. Golden Boy may live. For now. Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Ms. Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything. Objection! That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for you. What does it matter anymore? Might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you, but I'm not and never was a genius. Sorry, but I already knew. Me too. And don't forget me, though in all fairness, it was pretty obvious. I thought he was a genius. Stuff he said was crazy. I need to rub it in. Just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents were paying good money for my grades. But that's bribery. Bribery wasn't his idea. All my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse when I confronted my parents about it over the phone. Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. What else there is to say? It's completely worthless. Perfect 0. You... Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday. So I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us? It looks like we were seriously misunderstood him, in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there was something that could help me prove that to Hugh... We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah! As long as our friendship lasts! You and Pep will be carrying them around! I know! What about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band around your neck, that's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Oh, very interesting. Chic. If you have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves that he still has feelings of friendship toward the other two. It doesn't matter if I were it if those two...
Objection!
They feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship band somewhere. Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. I think Hugh is sad leads me to believe that. In fact, they have also just told me that the others were their friendship. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad. Arg. Arg. Arg.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh!
Ah.
Hey, Hugh!
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
I didn't kill anyone. And I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body. I didn't even see it. It may look like I'm speed reading. A Zen in the art of mastering the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. Hugh. So, Miss Cykes, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to save Junie, so yes, you can place your trust in me. Am I to understand that the witness is recanting his confession? Yes. A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now we are back to the fact that there was no but one suspect who lacked an alibi, which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So we're back to square one, and now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. Huh? Does this mean... Further resistance is futile. The time for a verdict is nigh.
Objection!
Please, wait! What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client was the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Yes, we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout, but Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. No more noise. He was telling us the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty, which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Such Judy, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial, and justify as a means.
Take that!
Balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence!
Need I remind you of the last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech?
Objection!
I know, and that's not in dispute here. Now let me explain how a speech can be given from an empty seat. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane! I mean, he's the one who gave you the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said. And tell them you found it. What? Really? Wait a second, Mr. O'Connor, did you say that Professor Means gave that phony recording to you? Phony? Then the defense will refrain from hurling up substantiated allegations. You said you gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow, seeing this development. Tape recorder updated once again in the court record. The voice shouting "You're a goner" as recorded on this tape was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. Boy, this is an extremely crucial piece of evidence. Professor Means gave Hugh the phony tape. If that's really true, then Professor Means must have written the... Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence!
The seat was never empty. It was but an oversight by a dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Objection!
Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough, both of you. Now here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself.
I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today.
Do as you please. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Themis Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion.
Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this?
Very well. If that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Cykes.
We need to find some sort of evidence that shows the speech was pre-recorded.
All right. I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come.
Oh no, I've forgotten how long and boring his speech was.
Wake me up once this is over.
Hey, no fair!
The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on our adults. Blah, 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 blah. Ah, you there. Wake up. Pay attention.
Huh? Eek! I'm awake, I'm awake! Isn't that right, Your Honor?
Huh? What? I'm awake too. Why not wake? See? Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. Pay attention, you may make a difference one day. Now, let the mock trial begin. That is about it. What am I better speeches, if I do say so myself? I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes.
He's not obviously familiar with the phrase bored tears.
Listen, Cykes, Domo. If you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Taka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out.
Eek! But you were asleep the whole time.
Well, Miss Cykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech?
Could I please hear that last part again?
Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today.
Hold it!
There! I finally found what we needed. Professor Means, I have only one question about your speech. What does that last part we have heard just now contradict with this?
Take that!
The professor said the pure white Lady Justice will be watching over them. The Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be.
I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to test its authenticity.
I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true that this statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement.
Oh, well, that's a shame on every account.
Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one, meaning the professor wouldn't have made a mistake in its color if he'd been present.
It seems that I've caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part.
Objection!
Miss
statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in a balcony seat while the statue had previously been marked. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. Oh, wait. There's gotta be something that can prove that the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here. A little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes? I feel like it went on forever. How'd you figure out how long it was? Easy. There's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes from the 10-minute mark to 20:35. Wait a second. I could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that it was pre-recorded. The court's take another look at this. And this is? The voice print analysis approves the voice on the tape recorder belongs to our client. Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication? We did, but what I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise? Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. To prove by that. The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech? That would be exactly 10 minutes. Now let's fast forward this long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone. Right, you subtract 10 minutes and you get 10 minutes 35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Right, 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence!
You seem rather confident considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
Objection!
But is it really just numbers? As the lab is continuing their study of the tape, so far as they found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with a recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not going to get away with it. Not on my watch. Miss Cykes, I believe you are well aware of my methodology. But even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose, I offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what's happened. All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony. And truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I had been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. Uh-oh. This doesn't sound good. I must now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and mean what I say by all means. Sheesh, this guy is gonna be a mouthful. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important and my necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I'd protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you?
This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true.
On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states the end justifies the means.
I don't believe you.
She asked me to defend her. She said I must also prove her two friends innocent. Her two friends, the witnesses? Correct. Your O'Connor, Robin. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result of Juniper's seeking. And she was willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end. Even though that had high praise for her tactics. Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But, alas, those days are over. Now, defense, justice, order is all that is good. The end justifies the means.
I'm so sick of hearing that phrase.
Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth if it's victory you seek. Yourself. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality.
That does it. He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. He's already surrendered to the dark age of the law. It's up to me to fight it.
Why so silent, Miss Sykes? Something the matter?
This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking.
Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation.
No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is. Needless to say, we've got exactly what we need here. Fanny came up to me with what she said was very important by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the main thing to do. Bull!
Objection!
So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods? That's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor.
Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor. It is an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now, please take another look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it."
There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness.
Objection!
The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? Say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law.
Objection! dare call my teachings and methods lies? Themis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. Huh? Professor Means? What's with your hair? Quiet! No talking in class. Ack! Ow! Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call. Athena Cykes. Huh? Oh, here? Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I mean here. Fool. The proper response is here without any extraneous information. Ouch! I mean, here. Next, Your Honor. Here. See, class? That's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackwell. I said Simon Blackquill. Are you here or not? There's always one, isn't there? Well, then I'll just mark you absent. Now get out of my class this instant. Get out. There. If that is your wish, who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? A prosecutor Blackwell is free of his shackles. It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinarian committee. But it is that really so shocking? Cellular lapdog, the teacher's pet. Malleable mutt you are, Fulbright. Very good, Bobby. You've just earned yourself a gold star and a promotion to the head disciplinarian. All right. Class is now in session. Ugh. Well, I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomach ache. Pay attention. I'm not the killer. Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening.
Objection!
But Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. Objection. Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention. The murder took place on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home by that time. So, how could I have been involved in this crime?
Objection!
Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time? Seriously? We already know that's a bold-faced lie. Objection. Can you prove that I was still at school? Yes, we can. No, I can't. No, we can! Athena! So you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate. Ew! I do enough of that at the office. No way, man! I totally object! Robin? I can't believe I fell for the professor's civil-tongued lies! Why, how dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man! No way, no how! Now, I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself. The statues on stage? Do you want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell. Right, and it would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished. Professor Means was still at school. This is incredibly important testimony.
The professor told me I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I decided to make both statues myself. So sorry for not telling the truth. Robin.
Objection. Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something. Yeah! And who's in charge of the class pet around here? Not interested. But if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, only real blades will do. No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Yeah! Nurse! Nurse! Where's a school nurse when you need one? It would seem Cykes seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your staff. Quick as lightning. Very well, then I will just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lessons begin in second period. Prepare to be served old school style. What is that? Oh, never mind. Your testimony, if you please. Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30. The defendant Jupiter saw these two statues with her own eyes at 8:30. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying that the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it now.
That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. And that's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. All right, the professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as long. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish that in that short a time. Didn't exactly help our case. But he wouldn't get off the end easy. He's bound to stumble on over his own slippery means. I'm going to, for the better interest of time, you can wholeheartedly press everything, but there's no contradictions in the testimony. However, I'm still going to go ahead and press this last statement.
Hold it!
Yeah, but you could have taken a short break or something.
Preposterous! I didn't even have 10 minutes to spare. Not even 5 before a visit to the laboratory. Let me ask you, Your Honor, do you find anything wrong with my claim? So far, it appears that your statue making was quite a difficult chore. And I see nothing that could overturn your claim that you never left the stage.
Ah, it's only a few steps away.
What's the plan?
All I can think of is pressing him like crazy. That's all I can think of too. Just have to seek out a hole to explore.
Hold it!
Why are you in such a hurry?
Objection! In the legal world, your body is your capital. The early bird gets the worm. That's why I get to bed at 9 p.m. each and every night. And that's why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime. Ah! Well, ready to concede that I never left this stage? Well, Miss Cykes, do you accept the witness's claim? Unfortunately, yes, we have to. There's nothing that we can present, and pressing on the other statements gives us nothing. So we've tried everything, but we still can't prove anything. I guess I concede. I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time.
Ugh. I concede that Professor Means never left the stage.
That's right. But what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed that crime.
I can give up here.
I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Cykes. And unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
Objection!
Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena,
You've thought of something?
well, as I said, not yet.
Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors.
Not yet, Athena. It's not time yet to quit. It's at times like these when it seems like there's no way out that you have to, turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, we should focus on how he could commit murder without going there.
It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones. Even if it'll distract her.
Ah! Who put the bird to school?
Cykes, don't know. If I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts?
I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time. The only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it! Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the crime scene. If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer.
Objection! Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
Objection!
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was.
Continue, Sexton.
Okay, the murder was actually committed here.
Take that!
The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all.
Objection! Silly girl, when the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed.
There wasn't any blood on the stage? Really? There was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now blood-stained.
Take that!
It's true, there were no bloodstains on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this, the school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed.
Why, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence!
What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense.
That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states that the cause of death was loss of blood, yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by the wire makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
Objection!
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well.
You do?
If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood.
All you have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood.
Take that!
Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's the Gaviner's banner that had been specifically made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood, like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to have only had a little blood on it. Darg! So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it. The Gaviner's banner was like a dishcloth? Surely it was at least towel quality. Simon, don't just stand there, do something!
Silence.
Cykes, don't know what you are, Lean. Learning to wield the blade quite well. But how will you respond when it comes slashing at you like this? The remnant of a large blood stain was detected in the artery. But why would there be blood if the murder occurred on the stage as you claimed?
Objection!
The blood stain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room.
Take that!
Shift. I hate when I have to go into my notes. All that was needed was something that could transfer the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing.
Take that!
To think you'd stoop so low as to present a mere garbage to this court. It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Gaviner's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. Gah! Order, order! This is quite a development. But you think the body was never actually moved? Objection! Hold it right there, the body must have been moved. How else do you explain the loud crash you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it? I haven't thought of that. The crash wasn't the body hitting the statues. What was it indeed? So the banner shows that something was carried along with the wire in it. If that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder, and then on the stage after.
Take that!
Ah, that statue! Yes, I believe that was this statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's a pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial. But she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it, as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence.
Perhaps you are onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap heap relic to such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. keep them coming.
You know why. But the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order points to the body. Professor Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look as he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his own way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi.
Gah! That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. Objection! You should never underestimate me, Athena Cykes. Professor Means always means what he says, and says what he means by all means.
Fine then. Say it already. I'm waiting.
The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that entire time? That can be explained by, If the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. And of course, there was no way to hide a body upon that stage. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp.
I know, but we've come so far.
Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed him. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been, and it always will be.
Ugh. Just wait a minute.
Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco.
Ah!
Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. Ooh. But this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as a mock trial. Would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain?
Well, I just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. I failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer, and even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Athena, what's wrong? Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. Relax, Athena, breathe. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, is this how it ends? Forgive me, Jimmy. I couldn't protect you like I said I would.
Objection!
You leave Athena alone, man! She's the one who saved me! It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between you, Juniper, and myself. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against you. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. Objection!
What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important.
But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... Objection! It's not over yet, Athena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you better than most people, Athena. And I know you never surrendered to the dark age of law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie. I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence!
Stop your bleeding this instant. You look an utter fool.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up all you have worked for thus far? You're not due to have you disappoint you know who. Objection! You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers for whom the end justifies the means.
Objection!
Don't worry, Athena. You're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him.
But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now?
Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Now let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Athena Cykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. So Professor Cord wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. No, because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, where did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time that this fake alibi created to move the body to where it was spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place was during the mock trial. During the mock trial, specifically during the speech. Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before, specifically the statue. During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the White Lady's Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing two birds with one stone. It drew attention to the body and made it look like murder had occurred from the art room. Was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? Doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. I thought it should have been finished, but was only mostly done. Something was used to cover up the body, but it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there. That way no one would suspect there was a hidden body inside. The body was hidden by Wright's statue. Why no? The Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside. Why are they disguising it as a boss's statue? Miss Newman gave up on the Wright statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat it was.
Objection!
No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work. The murder of Professor Court. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue. What? I second that what? Now this is getting interesting. Objection! No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh. Think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo. Time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm gonna pose like the statue, like so. Now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth so I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth?
I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice.
Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. Alright, I think that about does it. What do you think, man? I think it's something Mr. Wright or what?
Looks like some random person to me. Aren't those statues a pair of busts?
Represents beaky hair on the back of his head. Look at the hair. The statue's head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. Oh, dude, you're trying anyway. Wait, that's it. The hands. Her hands are raised over her head, and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. And her wrists indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No. Besides, it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Court's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. Change my hand stuff to match the shape given her hands were tied. Apollo, tie both my hands behind my head. See? This makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. I'm kind of thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. What do the victim's body have that I don't?
Take that!
Oh, right! There was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo. Take that and plunge it in my side. What, are you crazy? Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rapido, schnell. Alright, alright. I don't need to know the other languages to know bossy when I hear it. Fatal arrow to the side. Is Peggy here created from two hands? Masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth. But remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? It's too short. Shh, I'm your under voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But, what else could you use for the arm? Still won't give up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she is not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now, disappoint me again, and the penalty will be doubly painful. Thanks! I guess I better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Quirk was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it wasn't predetermined, if it wasn't premeditated, we must have used something close at hand in this little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup photos again. Like that? Right now? Okay, hold on. Please be this photo. It just has to be. Mr. Wright statue really is like this right here.
Take that!
Got it! I know it was used for the arm on this statue, Mr. Wright. This is absurd. There's no such thing in this photo. Don't play it dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there. Staff? This is the spear of great legal warrior. Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. Just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such... The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up.
Objection!
It's Phoenix Wright! Look, it's a famous lawyer! It's definitely him.
I don't know that pose anywhere.
We did it! Didn't we? Well, isn't that the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of the dark ages and into an era of brilliant golden light. Golden light. All I see before me is the pink specter of a man. It's just because Mr. Wright likes the statue. Because of the tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink! That joke deserves a big slip. It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness? This resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence.
Objection!
Not so fast there, Buster! Fortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. If the spear was thrust into the victim, all we have to do... We had assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in. But if the wound was from the spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it. Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? If I do that, then I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Objection!
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now, ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. Bathroom detail. Nope. Retake bar exam. Nope. 30% salary cut. Absolutely not. Dismissal. No.
I guess you could say that really was the end that justified the means. It is as just Cykes suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to his heinous crime. All of it. And he shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Great. He'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? I could barely make out a word, he said on account of his shattered teeth. One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too? I eventually had him put pen to paper. It turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led to her to question him at length the day of the killing, right there on that stage. The result? The heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script and thus frame the defendant. That scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark as Professor Court's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class. Really? So then... Indeed. Once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This, too, was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. No, the Constance Court was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think a professor would try to murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. If this truly is a dark age of the law, then we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods, not guilty. Almost 8 hours. I have 10 minutes to spare before I'm calling it for the night on account of fatigue. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her die. Do not let her death be in vain.
That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today.
Court is adjourned.
All right. October 26th, District Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. While we deal with that, let's talk about what really happened, shall we? Firstly, it was the 67th school festival that took place in the year 2027, just 3 years' time, and it featured a mock trial between the two best students in the lawyer and prosecutor course. In this case, Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor. The winner would receive a special lecture from either the Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright or famous prosecutor Clavia Gavin, depending on the course they are taking. The script would be written by a student from the judge course, and Wood's script was chosen by Professor Court. In the wake of the dark age of the law, an unspoken rift emerged between students and teachers. Rumors began circulating of teachers accepting bribes from students. This led to Professor Court assigning Juniper Woods as her snitch to find the culprit behind the bribes. Hugh O'Connor accidentally discovered that his parents were bribing one of the professors for good grades. When confronting his parents about this on his phone, Woods overheard him and assumed Hugh was the one bribing the professor. On October 22nd, Woods gave her monthly report to Professor Court and reported the bribery. After meeting with O'Connor, she learned Professor Means was behind the bribery.
The next day, around 7 p.m., Hugh O'Connor went to the art room and noticed a script written by Miriam Scuttlebutt. Thinking it was another nasty tabloid with malicious intent, he opened the envelope, only to have his hand injured by the booby trap inside, leaving the pottery with bloodstains. As he was heading towards the hallway, he was spotted by Woods with his hand dripping with blood. Meanwhile, Professor Means was asked to finish the Wright statue on the stage by Newman after the last bell. When in court confronted Professor Means about the bribery, Means ended up stabbing Professor Court with his staff and left her to bleed to death. Having read the mock trial script's details from Court's notes, Professor Means decided to frame Woods for the crime. Means wiped up the blood with the two banners and brought them to the art room, where he created a large pool of blood. He then proceeded to throw the Gaviner's banner into the incinerator and brought an awl from the art room to cover it in Court's blood. Means also tied Court's hands to her head and used his staff and covered it with sheets to make it look like the statue. Sometime after the murder, Means also pre-recorded his speech for the mock trial, lasting exactly 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The next day, during the mock trial, Means played the pre-recorded speech and left the stage so that Court's body would be easily spotted. To hide that the body had been moved by the Wright statue the whole time, and to draw attention to the body, Means moved to the art room, lowered the White Lady Justice statue with a school banner, making it crash into Gavin's statue. While having created a fake alibi, Phoenix Wright and Athena Cykes were led to the body, and the crime looked like it was committed the same way as a mock trial script. Means then used the tape recorder to fabricate evidence of Woods screaming, "You're a goner!" and gave the tape to Hugh O'Connor. His last step was attempting to take Woods' case. Thankfully, Cykes insisted in taking the case, who deduced that Means was a real culprit. That is the end of almost 8 hours of us running through this case. And again, about half an hour of this stuff was us just doing break stuff and talking at the very beginning. So with that said, thank you, Athena. I really mean it. It was nothing, really. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You looked pretty wound up there at the end. Literally and figuratively. Pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I wanted to thank you too, Apollo. Don't mention it. You were always there for Athena when she was in bind. And at the detention center, when your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on the peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. But I still have a lot of work to do. And I can't wait until we see you on the judge's bench. I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why until that day, Guys, I've got some big news! I mean, this is huge! Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay, I think. Except it's a big news. The school festival was supposed to have been canceled after what happened, but we just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen, the festival is being extended for one extra day until tomorrow. Really? All right!
We've got a special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy. Achtung, baby. It's time for the Guitar Serenade.
October 27th, Themis Legal Academy. 3rd floor, lecture hall. Wow, that was so much fun! School festivals are amazing! I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Ha! Your singing voice, Juniper! You can milk my H-E-A-R-T! Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember, the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial. Although Robin had you for a while there.
I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm gonna make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court. Mock trial loss? What loss?
Wait, did they reprise a trial and you won?
Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Heart.
So, does this mean it's really gonna happen? Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you.
Huh? Ooh! Is he gonna do what I think he is?
Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been?
Huh? Best friends? You, weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial?
No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius, and that I'm really 25 years old. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial.
Whoops. Listen, Hugh. You too, Robin. Miriam.
Oh, Miriam's still here.
Me too?
Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science.
I've been thinking, it's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age, but winning only results in the truth. And the end never justifies a means.
Count me in! I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship.
You bet! And what about your BFF, Apollo?
Aren't you a bit too old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office.
Hey, no talking about me behind my back! So what kind of guy is he anyway?
Well, if I had to describe him in one word...
And so, after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well.
Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind?
That we will figure out next time on Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. For now, that is the conclusion. We did it. For the first time, I completed a full episode in one session. And I am just over the 8-hour mark. So needless to say, I am tired as frost. And I'm calling it here. On behalf of myself and everyone at the Metro Realm, I do want to thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. That is going to be it for the stream. And again, I do apologize. It's a long boy. We've had all sorts of friends and associates hang out and have some fun with us. Now then. We've got a few options as far as people to raid tonight. And I want to check and see if there's a couple of people that are on specifically. You know what? Yeah. That is going to be it for the stream, folks. We are going to be rating Cat Fires. And I'm going to try to see if I can bring one more person into this as well really quickly. So again, thanks for watching. I will be back at 3 p.m. tomorrow. And we will be picking things up where we left off in all of this. Other than that, thanks for watching here at the Metro Realm. And as always, I will see you all in the next adventure tomorrow. Good night, everyone.